again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still burning bright through the sycamores for me. The new mown hay sends all its fragrance through the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the woodland, how I yearn for my Indiana home. Ladies and gentlemen.
It's the month of May! Slight snafu there with the aspect ratio, but welcome everybody to our annual Indianapolis 500 time trials. Cars are practicing, getting set for time trials. It's a rainy day here where I am in Michigan, but it's bright and sunny here on our server. I'm joined in the booth by Alberto Ibañez and Juha Boss, I believe. Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening, everybody. It's raining here also, but in any case, it's good to see that we can control at least what happens in the server and have a nice sunny day for this time's trial that promise to be really, really challenging.
Yeah, this is obviously a big production for us, and it's going to be a very long day. This stuff typically lasts 4 hours, so we have a admin break, which will be very welcome. But anyway, so these are the Indianapolis 500 time trials for our annual Indianapolis 500. Let's take a look at the track map. This isn't going to be a shock to anybody, but the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, also known as the Brickyard, 2.5 miles around a rectangular oval, 4-lap qualifying runs, 10 miles each, and the task is to do those 10 miles as fast as you can, and that's going to set up the qualifying order for the race in 1 week's time. Alberto,
yeah, it's a session that has a lot of hype, a lot of interest. We all have a lot of fun. But let's be honest, I mean, besides all the aura about qualifying on the pole and all that, when you are going to race 500 miles, this is not as important as one could think. It's just for the honor, for the glory of it.
Your thoughts, Juha?
Well, it's not for the honor and the glory. You want to be part of it, you have to survive qualifying first. Because not everybody gets to make it into the race itself, so... For the people with better equipment or the faster drivers, it's an evidence they'll make it, but it's the excitement is the back of the field. will make the show and who won't.
Yeah, actually, that's probably a good segue into looking at our current qualifying order for today. And here it is. If you look, the first car out of the box will be Adam Hackman. This order was originally created to go with this order was originally created to go with the order numerically of the cars, but as you can see, some people have moved themselves around and swapped places. So we're in a situation where some people couldn't make their scheduled time, and so they said, hey, can I please move into another slot? And the other person was like, yeah, sure. So you see Coxon is going to be qualifying fourth in the order, which means the person that was in there qualifying fourth in that order, namely Dana Schur, and number 6 is all the way down at the bottom. And but here's just a quick look going through it, the order. And we're going to open the server at various points throughout to let people in so that they can qualify. And if you look at the end, there are a couple of people joined at the last minute, David Yunt and Mike Olson. So the important thing to note here as we scroll through this order, Alberto, is that we have more than 33 cars.
We do, Jess. We're going to see some bumpage today, and it's going to be probably one of the most exciting parts of it, because we know the fun thing of this is at both ends of the grid. Who gets the pole, and also who gets to be bumped out of the field. And the thing about the pole today is that we're going to have, if the car numbers are respected, we're going to have probably the most likely candidate for the pole run for the first time.
Yeah, I think one thing to point out is that we made a slight change to the mod yesterday. We don't like doing this at the last minute, but it was certainly a situation where we needed to do that because certain people were having cars that were flipping and they were having a lot of trouble getting the car to a point where it was drivable on the circuit. So a patch was issued. It slowed a few people down in the sense that they had to suddenly make a change in the aero balance, but overall, Juha, I think people have been able to adapt to the change.
Yeah, it's I think it's the same for everybody. You just get a bit slower, and well, once you find what you need to adapt, you lose a few tenths, but everybody does it. So still a level playing field compared to where we were before.
So while we have a second here, let's maybe take a lap with somebody here. And this is Mikey Grems, actually, coming out of the last turn here. Onto the main straightaway and heading down the front straight now. The claustrophobia of the front straightaway. Heading into turn 1. We're going to see people using that apron in turn 1 for sure, trying to maximize the use of the apron they can have and get the widest turning arc they can get for the most speed. But it's going to be tricky. It depends on the car that you're driving. Some people are having issues coming out of 2 and 4, keeping the car underneath them. And then other people are having issues in 1 and 3. It depends on the chassis a lot of the time. But there you see Mikey's getting some very good rotation going into these corners, and he's coming out right against the wall, just next to it, but not touching it. So he's looking like he's got a pretty stable setup for 4 laps. So let's go through a few other items here that we that we need to talk about before we go into the qualifying session. Juha created a list here of the different chassis and engines that are in this qualifying. Here's the list of chassis. It's a pretty long one, actually, Juha. 6 Eagles, 5 McLarens, 4 Penske's, 4 Wildcats, 2 Coyotes, 2 Dragons, 2 Finleys, 2 Watsons, 1 Lola, 1 Parnelli, 1 Sugai Fox, and 1 Volstead. So there's a lot of variety there. The funny part is there's no variety of tires. Everybody's got the same tires. The engines on that side, we've got a whole bunch of Offenhausers and a whole bunch of Cosworths. So, I mean, this is definitely the time when it was a situation of the haves and the have-nots. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, Paul will likely be for a Cosworth runner, so everybody else who doesn't have one will probably have a harder time being closer to the front, even if there's a very capable drivers with different power plants. I think the Cosworth's the one to have. As for the chassis, well, the latest Penske is obviously the superior car. But after that, it's anyone's guess. Can we see the Lola near the front, or the McLaren? Well, recent McLaren anyway.
Well, let's go through the Byzantine rules of qualifying, because this is something that we have to deal with every single year. It makes it fun, but it also makes it complicated. So here we go. Each car will be allowed a maximum of 3 qualifying attempts. In the case of an accident or a blown engine or a wave off, the car in question will be charged 1 attempt and moved to the end of the line. And that's the key thing to remember. It's the car that qualifies, not the person necessarily. A qualifying run consists of 1 warm-up lap followed by 4 timed laps. The total time of the 4 timed laps will be each driver's qualifying time, which is then converted to miles per hour for their speed. And my esteemed colleague, Mr. Boss, will be in charge of timing and scoring. So if you go on if you're watching on YouTube right now, if you look in the description of this video, there is a link there that'll take you to our official timing and scoring sheet. And you can watch, along with the rest of us, as the times come in. So I want to, first of all, say to Juha, thank you so much for taking up this task, because it's not only a very important one, but it's a very difficult one for me to do while I'm broadcasting. So I really appreciate the effort that you put in there. It makes everything a lot easier.
You're welcome.
Yeah. He's also added some features to the page that'll help us to keep track of who's where. So hopefully it'll be as seamless a broadcast as possible. This is easily the most difficult broadcast we do all year. But per Indy tradition, a driver who cannot be present for time trials can have a friend qualify their car for them. The catch is that car has to start in last place on race day. There is historical precedent for this, and the picture you see on your screen right now is of Mike Hiss in 1978. He qualified Mario Andretti's car for him in 1978 because Mario was actually busy during the weekend of time trials. He was busy in Formula One winning the Belgian Grand Prix. So when he arrived at Indy on race day, he had to start the car last. I'm sure that Mike Hiss got a nice paycheck from Roger Penske for qualifying the car, but of course Hiss didn't get to start the race. And then unfortunately, I think Mario had a pretty abysmal Indy 500. He stopped in the wrong pit, and then there was an issue with the car or something, so it's a race that probably Mario would like to forget. But that's an example of when that was actually happening. And I don't think we're going to have that happen today, Juha, because I mean, the mechanism exists if people want to do it, but nobody really wanted to do that. So
No, nobody's volunteered for it. I don't think anyone's going to try saltwater by buying a qualified car to race it next week. I don't think we're going to take it that far. So the drivers we're going to see today are most likely the ones who will take to the grid next week.
Yeah, a driver may wave off their attempt before completing it if they feel it's too slow. 1 quali attempt will be charged to the car. Once a run is completed, that's the car's quali time and speed, unless it's bumped from the 33-car grid. If a car is bumped out of the field, the driver of said car may get back into line and attempt to qualify again. This is provided they have additional attempts to use. The driver in question must ask to be put back in line by posting in our time trials thread on the ISO forum. at 23:35 Paris time. If a driver is in the middle of a qualifying run, they'll be allowed to complete it. That will be the very last run, and we'll sound the end of qualifying by a gunshot sound effect, which in actual fact, it was a starter's pistol they used. They just hold it out the window of the pagoda and shoot, and that was the end of qualifying. Only the fastest 33 cars will start the 500-mile race next Sunday. In the event that less than 33 qualify, the remainder of the field will be filled on a first-come, first-served basis on race day. But what is more likely going to happen, because we have over 33 people entered, in the event 33 cars qualify and there are cars too slow to make the field, up to 3 alternates will be named for race day in the case that one or more of the qualified cars don't appear. So that, in a nutshell, are the rules for time trials. Very Byzantine, very complicated, but there they are. There's also other things we can talk about here coming up at ISO. Of course, next Sunday, the greatest spectacle in sim racing, the Indianapolis 500 here at ISO, round 7 of 18 for the series proper. We still need to, I put on here check forum for schedule, but I'm guessing, given the fact that there are no yellows, we'll probably just start it at our usual time at 2000 CET, because it'll go, there won't be yellows slowing it down. So, but we'll watch for the actual race thread to go up after qualifying is over, for a confirmation. And then the week after next, we go back sports car racing at Diepholz, correct, Juha?
That is correct. We'll be having the third round of the DRM Championship at a typical German airfield track.
Oh boy, Coxon's favorite tracks for sure.
He's got no taste in tracks. Diepholz is lovely.
Yes. And then we go back F1 racing on May 30th, the 72nd Grand Prix of France. And that green light will be at 2000 CEST, and I will have the broadcast for that. Also, we have some trivia questions for you to ponder. We'll just start off things by giving you one trivia question to ponder here, and we'll give the answer later on. Trivia question number 1. We got 3 of them actually for this, because we have a long broadcast today. Which of these years saw the shortest Indy 500 called complete due to rain? Was it A, 1926, B, 1976, or C, 2007? We'll have the answer later on. So drivers are getting their setups in order and definitely making any last-minute adjustments they need to make, because no doubt if you come in here with the same setup you had like a couple days ago, it's not going to work. The main thing I've heard from people, Juha, is that they found that they needed to take downforce out of the front of the car. I don't know if that's a universal thing that everyone's been doing, but that's what I've heard.
Yeah, it is. Because I think I've suffered the same like everybody. My car suddenly tended to understeer a lot more. But it's hard to say really. It's probably car specific as well. Like, depends which direction you've taken with your setup for it.
Well, now that Alberto's back on, there is one thing we want to talk about before we get into time trials. This week, unfortunately, we lost one of the all-time greats of IndyCar racing, both on the track and in the booth, and that was Bobby Unser, known to many of us as just Uncle Bobby. And Alberto, he's driving Bobby Unser's car in this series. Bobby Unser, a larger-than-life character, Alberto, full of competitive drive, even in old age.
Yes, certainly. For me, it's a honor to be driving Bobby Unser's car, because he was such a special person, such an incredible character. And above everything, I think, and that's the really sad thing, we're not losing one very important character in motorsports. We're starting to lose a whole generation of characters, a whole generation of drivers that were, well, larger-than-life characters and absolutely amazing people to be around. Jens, you and me, have seen many videos. We have changed the links to that ones. Videos about Bobby Unser being interviewed, being in a very distended, in a very easygoing manner, talking with people. He was a very, very easygoing person. And we know, I think, to a big extent, considering we did not meet him personally, we know to a big extent how he was. And it was absolutely incredible. I mean, when you compare it with the racers from today, it's like night and day. Those people were absolutely, absolutely aware of themselves and absolutely easygoing. They were very, very nice in general with the people. They were absolute entertainers, and they knew very well how to tell you a story, a funny story, and they had so many of them that they have accumulated over their long lives. Which, fortunately, they are living many years, even if sadly, of course, they in the end have to die as everybody. But we also talked with Mario Andretti recently. We did the interview, and you get those glimpses at how easy it is to talk to these people, and what a massive amount of difference there is with the drivers of today.
I first got exposed to Bobby Unser, watching IndyCar racing as a kid, on TV, because he was the color commentator that worked with Sam Posey and Paul Page. But he was an excellent color commentator and very opinionated, and often clashed with Sam Posey. But he was so much fun to listen to talk about IndyCar racing. And of course, he was a 3-time winner of the race: 1968, 1975. And 1981, the infamous one where there was a dispute in court. Ultimately ended up capturing this third 500 after a protracted legal battle. But it's pretty amazing when you think about the Unser legacy in totality. I mean, he won 3 races, his brother won 4, and his nephew won 2. So that's 7 Indy 500s in one family. I mean, that's incredible. He also was very famous for his exploits in Pikes Peak, the hill climb there.
Yep, which is the closest thing that you get in America to rallies. That and the Baja, of course. But that also tells you how versatile these guys were actually. Because everybody knows, and we have talked about this, and we even told him in the interview, everybody knows that Mario Andretti has been ranked as one of the more versatile drivers ever. But if you think that AJ Foyt won also the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and that Bobby Unser won Pikes Peak, you can see that the Americans that were racing in the ovals were absolutely not a one-trick pony. Not at all.
Yeah. Well, we wanted to take a moment to remember Bobby Unser, just an incredible all-time character and entertainer. I think Alberto's absolutely right. That's the right way to think about this guy, because first and foremost, he was a race car driver, but also a very entertaining figure as well. All right, so we're getting close to the start of qualifying here. We got probably about 7 minutes to go here in qualifying proper. So I guess the question comes, who do we think is going to be on the pole? I'd like to think that the Penske Corporation has a shot at the front row, but we'll see what happens. We've had to make adjustments just like everybody else. What do you guys think?
Well, at first, it would be hard to bet against Adam Hackman, who has been absolutely dominating the timetables over the whole week. And I know that you also have some ace up your sleeve and that you can go very quick. But the thing is, Indy is Indy. It's 4 laps and anything can happen. And the slightest error means that you botch your lap and you are not going to get that coveted pole.
Yeah, it really does come down to that. If we were just taking the laps off the server as far as who had done the fastest lap, that'd be one thing. But this is a very different animal, this 4-lap qualifying. Because, yeah, you have to hit your marks. You have to show up at a specific time. You have to go when the clock of the course tells you to go, and you have to be consistent. You can have one excellent lap, but if the other laps aren't consistent, you're not going to be in the pole. It's that simple. So, yeah, it really we may have a situation where one driver is faster than everybody else and sets the fastest lap of the day, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'll be on pole. So, yeah, it's going to be a really dramatic day. And then, because the thing I'm really looking forward to is what happens toward the end of the broadcast, and conveniently that's when we're all exhausted, is when is when people try to bump into the field, because we have more than 33 people, so there will be bumpage this year. Thank God.
And I should also add something, and that's even if I said before that in this situation, well, the pole is not so important, it's just for the glory of being there and being remembered as getting the pole. One thing that I should also say is that getting the pole at Indy is probably one of the most difficult achievements that one can do. And the reason for that is it's complicated from the outside, but you can understand it if you get explained. And that's the following. If you're driving in a Penske, if you're driving one of those powerful Cosworth cars, one of the cars that has a shotted pole, once you get into the cockpit, you're strapped there and you're heading out to the track, the first question that you are asking yourself is, well, I know I can make it easily into the show. I know there's 500 miles to go and the starting position really doesn't matter. So why risk it? So the guy who gets to the pole is the one who is willing to take the risks, who is the one who says, okay, I know it's not that important, but even so, I'm going to risk it. And he who can keep the cool head and that and risk actually botching his attempts and even not making the show, he is the one who is mentally stronger. And that's probably the beauty of the Indianapolis pole.
We got one guy in the screen right now who may be a dark horse to do well, and that's Simon Watman driving the third Penske. Now, he hasn't had a lot of practice in this car, but we were able to share our setups with him, and I gotta say, he's looking pretty good right now. He's got a good arc coming off the corners, and he looks like he's taking to the car really well. So, who knows? If Adam and I botch our runs, who knows? We might have Simon on the pole. It's not impossible. And he's driving Rick Mears's car, number 71.
Yeah, which in itself puts you some pressure there, because impersonating Rick Mears is no easy feat.
Yeah. So we got our usual setup here for time trials. I've got the graphics to show who's on track. And we're going to have minimal graphics on the screen, and we're just going to be reading off what happens here. But those of you, oh goodness, I'm glad we have, there's a lot of people crashing here. I'm glad we only have one car on track at a time in qualifying. But I encourage you to, in the description of the video, to click on our, and there's plenty of people who are on there right now, to look at our chart that we've got, so you can see what's going on with the times as they're input by Juha. So, all right, so 2 minutes to go here. So we got to have a look here and see who's actually on the server, because the first we got a first bank of cars here that are going to be going through, starting with Adam Hackman, and then Ray Radal, David Saber, Richard Coxon, myself, Raul Ureb, Jason Fitch, Juha Boss, Jakob Fredrickson, Dave Miller, and then Mikey Grims. And at that point, we'll be opening the server for the next group to come in. The reason the server has to be closed during qualifying is because those of you who race in any of these know that if someone comes on the server, there's a momentary delay in the feed, and it can totally ruin someone's qualifying order or qualifying lap. So we close the server to the people who are inside, or to people who are outside, so they can't get in, so that people can do their runs undisturbed. If people lose their signal and are kicked out of the server and they can't get back in, that's not the end of the world necessarily, because they can go to the end of the line. So let's have a look here at who is on the server. We got a great deal of people on here. We're gonna have to tell the people who are not part of this. Well, do you think we can let people stay on here even if they're not part of the session?
No, I think it should be. The best thing is that only the ones who are in each run are to stay in the server.
Although if you leave them in here, it offers the advantage of not having to call them back in.
There is that, and I don't think it'll cause a problem in terms of server, in terms of the server and how it runs. But it's up to you guys. If I'm going to be busy actually calling the action, but
If
We'll
there
see.
is no stop, no gap between the scheduled people, then yeah, maybe they can stay.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's Fitch, so it's a good thing we waited. All right, so I'm going to do this via the server remote connection, just to make this seamless.
So we should have here at least the 13 first people.
Yes, and they are all here.
Okay. And then when the server is open, the rest can join of the second bunch.
Mm-hmm.
So that's we're going to see first the runs of Hackman, Ridal, Saber, Coxon, White, Rep, Fitch, Boss, Fredrickson, Miller, and Krems.
Yep.
Yes.
There they are on your screen.
Okay. Everybody's here.
All right.
And are we going to call the cars to the track when the previous car is doing the last lap? This was the case last year.
We don't really need to do that. I mean, it might
Okay.
actually make it a bit overlapped, but oh, look at the fans there. Nice job, Alberto.
Yeah, they're shouting. Probably no shortage of beer there in the grandstands.
All right, so if someone can tell
Yes.
Adam to proceed to the track,
Yes.
we can get underway here.
Okay, engine starting. And there
All
goes
right.
Adam Hackman.
All right, here we go. Our first qualifier for the 1978 Indy 500 here at ISO. Our first qualifier is in a Penske PC6 Cosworth DFX. This is the car that was driven by Tom Sneva and set the track record in 1978 at 203 miles per hour. I highly doubt we're going to see that this time around, but I would remind everyone that the record is 200.535 miles per hour historically to this point, which was set in 1977 by Tom Sneva. So if Adam is able to set that lap, we'll let you know, or something faster than that. So here is Adam coming off of turn number 4, getting ready to start his qualifying run. Here he comes, and he's on it. Adam Hackman into turn number 1, using all of the apron. Into turn 2, actually above the line there, coming off of turn number 2, heading down the back straightaway. How does it look so far to you, gentlemen?
It looks nice. I mean, the cars that are really fast on the straight need to go down to the apron in turn 1 to slow down the speed. But then once you are, same as happens here, but then once you are really with high speed in the chutes, you don't need to go down that much. That's what Adam is doing, and it looks to me as if this could be a lap under 45 seconds. Let's stay tuned to it.
All right, here he comes off the turn. Let's have a look at what he puts down.
Nope. 45.798.
My goodness, 196.515 miles per hour for his first lap. So that is a lot slower than we expected. You think opening jitters, perhaps?
Maybe. I was actually quite surprised because the car looked really well.
Well, there's also the possibility of, possibility of tire temperature being a problem. But here he comes. He looks faster this time around. Let's see what happens as he comes through.
Yeah, not even using the apron this time, which seems to indicate that he's happy with how the car is behaving.
Mm-hmm. Crosses the line.
Ah, there you go.
Aha! Okay.
44.994, which is better than 200 mph lap.
That's a 200.026 mile per hour lap. His average to this point is 198.255.
So indeed, it seems that the tire temperature has played a role, and I'm thinking that the track is probably colder than expected at this point.
Yeah, that's an interesting caveat, because it could very well be that the track is too cold.
Look at that, very nice line there, not even using the full apron. Like I said, that seems to indicate when one is satisfied with the car behavior. Little bit of wheel there coming out.
All right, here he comes.
Actually, repeat the time, 44.994.
Okay.
Well, that's constant, if anything.
Yeah, 99.826 miles per hour. That was at 45 dead, pretty much. His average to this point is 198.776 miles per hour.
He looks to be improving on this lap.
Okay, let's have a look, as this is going to be the telltale. It's a decent qualifying time. I know he's probably going to be disappointed with this, but it could be tire temperatures that made the difference here, and track temperature. 45.041, which is a 199.817 mile per hour lap. His 4-lap qualifying average is 199.035 miles per hour. And for the moment, he is the pole sitter. He has the fastest time that's run today because he's the only car that's run today. So that
Interestingly, there's only 2,000 of a second between his lap 2 and 3 times.
Very interesting.
And we got already the next car on the track. Ray Riddle is doing his warm-up lap, impersonating no other than Big Al Unser Sr., who won this race back in 1978. This is not one of the quickest qualifier cars, although Ray is making it very fast lately. It should, however, be a car to keep always on the watch for the race. Race contender at any rate.
Yeah, Ray is a very solid driver in any series. I would never count him out for a possibility of victory in any race, frankly.
And here he comes out of turn 4,
right.
Jason. So there you go. What you going to say?
He's on it.
He is now.
Ray Riddle.
Very
It's
nice
funny.
line.
It's funny because we always say, chaparral racing, and those who are uninitiated to 1978 might mistake this for being a chaparral, but it's not. It's a Lola.
It's a Lola T500 indeed. Lola cars from England. That was the chassis that Jim Hall decided to use for his adventures into Indy racing, and it worked very well for him.
All right, so here comes Ray through the North Chute, now into turn 4. Let's see what his first lap will tell us coming off of turn 4. Oh, also, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. It's Mother's Day in the United States, and probably Canada as well. 45.579, 197.459 miles per hour for Ray
Very
Riddle's
solid.
opening lap.
Very solid qualifying time. Should get him easily in the top 5 to 10 of the
Man,
grid.
lots of really slid outside the line there coming off of turn 2. So the car looks like it's pushing a little bit as he comes out of 2. Let's see if he gets a similar situation. A lot of people are. Oh, you can see the car wiggle a little bit coming out of 3 into turn 4 now, sliding off there. Nice rotation coming off of 4 there. Looks like he's getting more comfortable. Let's see what lap number 2 brings us here. Crosses the line. 45.583, so a little slower 197.442 miles per hour. He's averaging to this point 197.450.
Yeah, due to the track and the tire characteristics, as was the case in real life, we should expect today to see the cars doing their quickest laps being the first and second. Not many cars are going to improve actually in laps number 3rd or 4th. It might depend on the setup and how the driver manages it, but from the tire perspective, the tires are the best in the first lap actually. Only that's the one where you get more nerves.
All right, here comes Ray off the corner now. Down the front straightaway. Completes lap number 3, and the time is 45.526. 197.689 miles per hour. That's his best lap yet. His average speed to this point, 197.530. So a very solid effort from Ray. That should put him, I would say, reasonably up the order when the day is over. We'll see. The thing to remember, too, is that this race will be run with no yellows, Alberto. So, obviously, the farther up the grid you can start, the better to avoid accidents. But also, I mean, you're not going to be able to gain any time you lose back, necessarily. So, and here comes Ray to complete his lap number 4. 45.393, which is his best lap yet. Best lap of this run, 198.268 miles per hour, and the average 197.714. So that slots him in second behind Adam Hackman. So those are the two cars that are qualified. Adam on the pole currently, Ray Riddall in second.
And we got on track already another car driven in real life, but another mythical driver. No other than John Rutherford's McLaren that is driven in this championship by David Sabre.
And there he is, yes.
For me, this is the benchmark because I've got the same car, even if it has a different name tag.
Well, yours is a copycat version of this car. Yeah, this would be a benchmark for Juha for sure. I've actually seen this car in real life when I went to England to visit Richard Coxon. I believe it was 2016. This car appeared at the. This car was at the Donington Museum. So now David Sabre is on the run, and of course people are watching this will know David Sabre is chiefly responsible for the creation of this mod, or at least the start of it. A lot of hands went into making it, but he's definitely the guy who kicked it off. So coming down the back straightaway now.
Very nice land there, barely touching both aprons, which indicates satisfaction with the car.
Johnny Rutherford didn't have the greatest year with this car. He was 6th in Texas with the car. I think he actually did win 1 or 2 races in 1978, but it was, by all accounts, not the most successful of years. And in fact, in 1978, I think he qualified as T-car. The McLaren team were having difficulty coming to grips with the track in 78. All right, so there is the first lap complete. 45.926, 195.967 miles per hour. You know, as I'm watching these unfold, I'm thinking of putting more wing into my car when I go out. Because it looks like there's not a lot of grip out there. It looks like the track is cold or something's different. So I may on the fly just add more wing. If I wasn't broadcasting this, I would go find Adam and ask him. But
you can do that in the break.
Well, there is no break. I'm in this group.
Well, you've got to
that's
wave
true.
off then. It's up to you.
I'm not going to wave
Tough luck
off.
then, Jason.
It is tough luck. Lap 2 is now complete. 46.178, so that's significantly slower. 194.898 miles per hour. His average to this point, 195.431 miles per hour.
And
So-
the car looks very understeery.
Yeah, he's pushing a great deal.
Yeah, it seems that it has changed. I know that some drivers are going to use the anti-roll bar, the real anti-roll bar, to modify how the car behaves in these 4 laps. I don't know if that's the case for Dave or not, but it certainly seems that he's struggling a bit after the initial push of the first lap.
Oh, look at that. I got a message from Adam on the YouTube chat. He says, leave it where it is. So, okay. It's funny, like with certain cars, it's like you can tell people's approach too when you watch this. So there's the third lap, 45.962, 195.813 miles per hour. The average 195.556 or 8. Sorry, I need new glasses. Saber coming down the back straightaway now. He's going to complete his run. This is a solid run, not the kind that's going to be bumped, I don't think. What do you think the lower echelon is going to be for people who are in the danger zone with speed here?
It's hard to tell, but I think that even the slowest cars are going to venture into the 46s.
Yeah. What's he doing?
Yeah, he's waving. He's not. I think he's trying to express that he's not satisfied with that.
Well, he
Anyways.
completed the run,
should
though.
have waved off.
He
so
should have waved
too
off.
late now.
Yeah, 46.019, and that just added. I mean, doing that just took away time too, because that scrubs off speed. So his average for the 4 laps 195.561 miles per hour. So he's
Well, I
third.
think it's a case of what we had been talking before, in that he knew he is qualified. He had no problems making it into the show, but he was not really like. I mean, would you go the risk of really calling it off? I don't know. It's not an easy call, not at all, because
Well-
probably he was thinking, I'm not for the pole. I know that. I want to qualify high, but do I really wave off this attempt for what? For gaining 1-2 places in the grid, maybe? It's a very tough call.
My goodness, we got 26 people watching on YouTube right now. Good grief. So here's Richard Coxon from Sheffield, England, driving the very curious Dragon Offie for JC Agajanian. The rest of the year, this team is running just a standard, like, garden variety Eagle. Or, I'm sorry, no, it's a Kingfish. It's a plagiarized Eagle. But this is a very peculiar car. Coxon was saying that he doesn't think he's going to be qualifying very far up the order, but we'll see what happens here.
Well, the actual car didn't even make the race, so that would be an effort in itself.
Oh, that's true. The car wrecked. In
Yeah,
fact,
yes.
it shouldn't be too hard to make it a bit better than what it did in real life.
it's funny too. Oh my goodness, he's having a hard time with that thing. Look, it's like I'm looking at him on board now, and he's all over the place.
Yeah, he's making continuous steering corrections. He's not really that happy with the car, but with a driver of the quality of Richard Coxon, you know that he can drive around the problems of the car and make it into the
Lap
show.
1 is complete.
That's
It comes
really good for this car, I must tell you.
46.
45.
46.169, 194.935 miles per hour. Yeah, I'm with Alberto. I don't think we're going to really know until much later what the lower echelon is and what the danger zone is. It's really hard to tell. We're not gonna be breaking the track record today, I don't think. We'll see.
Well, you're next on the track, right
Yeah.
after Richard Coxon, so...
Yeah. I'm gonna go for it. Attack, attack, attack.
Ah.
Oh my goodness. That cost him some time there too, just making that subtle correction. Yep. A little bit. 46.213, 194.750. The average to this point, 194.843 miles per hour. All right, so yeah, we're just gonna have to. I mean, he's doing the best he can in this car. We're just gonna have to see what happens.
Oof. He's really taking risks there.
Mm-hmm. Man, yeah, he's pushing it. Oh, grazes the wall as he comes off of turn 4. Coming down to complete lap number 3. Hits the strike. 46.267. So it's getting slower each lap by little bits.
Yeah, the
He does,
Dragon's
but
proving a
that's
hard
not bad
animal
at
to
all,
tame.
considering
Yeah.
all the wiggle and hitting the wall and all that.
Yeah, his average to this point, look at how far he sweeps out there. 194.736 miles per hour. Okay, heading down the backstretch. This is going to complete his qualifying run. Coming through turn 4.
Oh,
that was a solid hit that time. All right, let's see what happens here. Crosses the line. 46 dead. Actually, that was his best lap. 195.618 miles an
Nobody
hour.
can accuse him of not trying.
No, and it slots him in fourth. So the
Well, did his best trying to crash it.
So the qualifying order of cars exactly mirrors the grid right now. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That means you're heading for fifth.
Right. Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
All right. So there will be no commentary during this run. You can add your own, but
I'll call your run if that doesn't distract you.
no, it will. That's why I'm going to mute you.
Okay. Then mute me.
All right. Just
Good
give
luck
me a-
then.
All right. Thank you. right. Well, I didn't mean to strike the wall there towards the end, but okay, I'll take it.
I think that was good enough. Don't think many people will be able to better that one.
We'll see.
Well done.
Thank you. Yeah, Raul Ureb is on the track now. This is a Lightning with a Cosworth engine. Not many Lightnings in this field have a Cosworth engine, do they, Alberto?
No, they don't. I've driven in one in the first events of this season. It is not a bad car, but it isn't the best either.
Crosses the line to start his qualifying run.
He's on it.
He is on it. Actually, let me see one thing here. There's Raul, but there's one item of information I was curious about. I didn't set the track record for a lap, but I might have set the track record for 4 laps. Let me see here. Yes, I did. The record there is 198.884. My time for the well, actually, it was broken twice. We had
Adam Hackman broke it as well.
Yeah, so we need to play that twice.
So that's Raul, first lap, 46.8. Not the quickest by any means, probably a settling lap. He's trying to get to grips with the car and the conditions of the track.
Yeah, he is.
I'm sure we will be seeing a much quicker lap this time. He's already 0.2 of a second quicker in the first sector.
Well, that's, Raul is a solid driver on ovals in general, especially the high-speed variety he seems to do very good at. So we'll see.
Again, 0.2 of a second of improvement. This one should be much closer to the 45 mark.
Yes, but doesn't look very confident through turns. Seemed to back off quite a lot.
Yeah, let's see what he's got here for his lap. Second lap, 46.438, 193.806 miles per hour. That's a 193.029 qualifying lap, for average for the 2 laps, excuse me. So, yeah, this is the slowest run so far. But he may be able to pick it up here as he completes the run. Let's wait and see what happens here.
Very close to the wall on the exit.
That unmistakable Cosworth sound as he comes through. 46.517, 193.477. The average 193.178. So
yeah, he's taking a very conservative approach. It's like I told you. I mean, he has a Cosworth engine. He should be making it into the show, no problem. So why risk it? Very nice line, otherwise, to the corners. Not taking the full apron, barely. Coming out with some distance to the wall. Oops.
Wait a minute, did he just disco?
I did disco, so maybe he also did. Let me see.
I discoed as well.
Yeah, the server just crashed. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we're going to have to give him... Are we going to give him his run again?
Yes, I think we should. This is not his fault.
All right. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We will... let's see. I'm going to go back on the thing here, see what happened.
It's a very inconvenient time for a disconnection by the server.
Yeah, probably the most inconvenient you could think of. Let me see what happened here.
I don't know what's going on where the server is hosted, but I can tell you
I know exactly what happened.
Cat and dogs here where I am.
I know exactly what happened. I can report it right now. Bill Gates. Bill Gates wants to install updates on our server in the middle of our qualifying session.
Oh, no. Come on.
Bill Gates does not like sim racing. Here is further proof. Son of a... That's exactly what happened. It tripped up the whole thing. So
well, he got divorced recently. Maybe he's furious at the world.
Maybe. Okay, so I'm restarting the weekend, so now that'll allow Yareb to get back on. That's exactly what happened. There was there's a pop-up that says in here that there's updates. So I think, you know what this tells me? We should run a full restart of the computer before next Sunday. So all the updates get put in here, and we don't have Mr. Gates knocking on our door right at like lap 162 or something. You know what I mean? All right. So is someone going to explain to Raul that he needs to...
I just posted in the forum.
All right, so...
Seems the server is up again.
Yeah, it's up again. I'm just coming back in myself. Modern technology. Fun, fun, fun.
No respect for traditions.
No, none whatsoever. All right.
Okay, so let's see. We got 2 Dave Millers, but no Raul Jereb.
Well, we'll give him a second to come back in here. Actually, while we're waiting, let's do a trivia question. How about that?
Fine, go for it.
All right, so our first trivia question of the evening is, see, this is why we plan this stuff. Part of the reason. Trivia question, the first one, I've got 3 tonight. So, which of these years saw the shortest Indy 500 called complete due to rain? Was it A, 1926, B, 1976, or C, 2007? Time's up. What do you guys think?
You want to use the wrong button again with me, eh?
Oh, always. But you know.
Okay, I'll give you the chance. I'm going to say just 1926.
1926. What about you, Juha?
I'm going with answer on B.
Okay, well, there you go. The answer is 1976, 102 laps. That was the year that Rutherford won his second, which means
Wrong.
Alberto's wrong.
Are wrong.
Yeah. No, you're wrong. He selected 1976. He said B.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. All right. So, one trivia question out of the way. Is Raul back on the server yet?
No, he isn't.
There he is.
Although...
No, he just came on now. Okay, so we're going to delete the previous times, and we're going to pretend that run did not happen, and we will give him.
Unfortunate for Raul.
Well,
yeah. As if this didn't make you nervous enough, you have to now repeat it.
I don't know. It might actually. It might actually be. It might turn out better. Who knows? All right. So away go the times. Thank you very much, Juha, and now we'll see. Oh wait, hang on a second. Tell him to stop.
We're still in.
Yeah. Shoot, son of a bee. All right. Okay, now he can. All right, so now we can go. Silly me. See, all it takes is one little small thing to go wrong, and next thing you know, we're making mistakes left and right. All right. Okay, so now.
Car is on the move now.
Mm-hmm. There he goes. All right. That's odd. He's got a bit of a... I'm not sure what was going on there. A little bit of a flutter in the... And the throttle there, that was weird. Coming through the North Chute.
Let's see if his second opportunity makes him go quicker.
Well, I think, I don't know, it depends on who you are, but if it were me, second time around, I probably would have less jitters. Takes the green flag.
Very nice line there, barely touching the apron.
This car, historically, was driven by Pancho Carter. 12th place at Michigan, 14th at Phoenix, 18th at Ontario, and skipped Mosport.
Yeah, those are Raul's results with that car this year.
Oh, it's Raul's results. Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, now I know. Okay.
More aggressive this time, going down to the apron. Which indicates he got more speed from the main straight. See if he gets a clean exit here, not too close to the wall. And it's a... Wait a moment. That's his settlement lap?
That's his first lap.
Okay.
Still waiting for the time.
No time register for that lap.
That's weird.
I thought it was already the first lap.
So did I. Maybe Raul left the pits before we had a green light?
That must have been what happened.
Well, then you can use the first time he scored before. We're not going to make him repeat this run.
No.
There you go. 46.569.
.261 miles per hour. I hope Raul knows that first lap didn't count. Because if he stops with only 3 laps complete, he's going to be really annoyed.
He maybe doesn't have fuel for that. Do we have still the first lap he did before?
Which was what?
I still have that, yes.
Okay, in that case, we can give it to him.
All right, so could you take the lap 1 and put it in lap 2? And then what was his lap 1?
Second lap for him, even quicker. That's good. Confidence gain there. He's improving. 46.3.
Yep. 194.367. Yeah, I'll bet you a steak dinner with lobster tail that he's gonna. This is gonna be his final lap, and he wasn't aware that he entered the track when it was red. But again, that's on us, not him, because.
Yeah, no problem. We can use the first lap he did.
Well, at least he's giving a better show than he did the
Yeah.
first time around.
He is, actually, yeah. It's still going to end up being about the same relative to what he did previously. He's still going to be the slowest so far.
And see if he continues or backs off.
He backs off, so that's it. 46.370, 194.091 miles per hour for that lap. His average ended up being 193.491. So he ends up the slowest qualifier so far, not by as much of a margin as we would have thought originally. So next up, we have 6 cars qualified so far.
Next up is one of the rare occurrences we have in the mod, which is an AMC powered Eagle.
That's true. This is going to be music for a lot of people's ears. This is an AMC powered Eagle in the hands of Jason Fitch. Oh, that's odd. He went right back to the garage. What's going on there? Maybe he forgot to put his
probably.
He probably forgot to put his setup on the car.
Yeah, he was dubbed to us maybe because.
Listen to that engine.
So this was a very odd car, AMC experimental engines, in a time where AMC decided they wanted to advertise their technology all around. A time when mostly everybody was already out of racing. AMC arrived late to the party of developing cars in the United States, but they stood there for longer, so to speak. They were there in the Trans Am series when everybody had left, and they were here with an experimental engine, one of the few factory-baked cars. And he's on it.
He is on it. That sound is fantastic, I gotta say.
Yeah,
Wilkes,
it's a stock block. It's based on a stock engine. That's what the rules say. And Roger McCluskey, who was the driver of this car in real life, made some good shows with it, because even if he was 6, 7, 8, it didn't seem like a lot when compared with the other cars. But putting this old Eagle with an experimental engine in those positions is very, very meritorious.
And obviously Fitch struggles with this car in a lot of races just because of the lack of power, but he's had 2 15th place finishes, Ontario and Trenton. And, you know, in 500-mile races, attrition becomes a problem, so who knows?
Who knows?
He may be able to get in a good performance. Flap 1 is complete.
Very good. 46.6.
192.954 for his opening lap. So, actually, that's faster than Rally Reb's opening lap. Nice line.
A nice line, yes.
Yeah, very
That's
nice
what I
line.
was saying. Barely glances the apron, very solid. You can see the car has a very developed setup. It seems that Jason has put a good amount of hours of practice into this car. It looks really solid in this run. There you go, 46.3. Even better than the previous lap.
Yeah, looking good, looking good.
Gently arcing there, no need to even go down to the apron. The car glides very nicely through the chute. Now coming out of turn 4. Not too high, close to the wall. This one wasn't better than the previous. Probably playing safely by now.
Yeah, 46.5. That gives him a 193.608 miles per hour
This
average.
was basically the average of the prior 2 ones, which seems to indicate he's settling now in the run. But let's see if he still can scratch something in the final lap, just to make it more comfortable for him in the start. 1 or 2 positions up.
Mm-hmm.
He comes, lets it glide upwards, not really close to the wall, but close
Coming
enough.
across the line
Probably
now. What has he got? 46.744. That's 192.538. 193.339 miles per hour for his average. That's a very respectable time for this car. Very respectable. All right, next is Juha, and I am going to take over now doing the timing and scoring. Hang on one second here. I want to bring up Juha's... Give me 1 second here, Juha. I want to make sure that I'm looking at the... All
okay,
right.
Juha's exit in the pits now.
Okay.
There he goes. Very nice burnout there, hitting nicely the rear tires. He seems to be on a mission.
This is a Penske PC5.
Which is basically a clone copy of the McLaren M24. There goes Juha. Wiggling the car a bit. I think he's trying to put some heat in the front tires after lighting the rears in the exit of the pits.
Yeah, Juha's had some very good runs this year so far in this car. despite the fact that it's basically a clone of a older McLaren, or a couple-year-old McLaren. He, according to his own sheet here, he was fourth he's fourth in the standings right now. Finished fifth last year when we did USAC competition. Best result so far was third at Ontario, fourth at Michigan, and fifth at Trenton. So he's been a very solid performer in this car. Oh man, a big wiggle coming off at turn one there. So he's definitely attacking the corners.
Yeah, nothing left in the table for him.
No, I would put him as a possibility to win next Sunday, just based on his form over the past few races. I think he's adapted to this car, and as much as he loves to be self-effacing, I think Juha's a damn good driver. All right, coming out of the turn now, let's take a look at the time as it comes up on timing and scoring.
Very low line there through the apron.
Yeah.
45.2. Very nice opening lap.
Could you read the times to me specifically so that I can put them in, because I'm having trouble looking at them on the thing here.
45.219.
Okay, that makes 199 dead, practically. 199.031 miles per hour for Juha Boss's opening lap.
Little bit higher now. The tires are up to temperature and the car is pushing higher. Not quicker. This lap's not going to be quicker. Whoops. Wiggle there. Very hard racing. But here he comes. 45.543. Not quicker than before, but still a very quick lap.
That's 197.615 miles per hour. His average to this point is 198.320.
First sector not improving, but not for want of trying, as the jiggle in the car, the wheel in the car indicates.
Mm-hmm.
There he goes again, diving it very aggressively. Up in the middle of the chute. Down again to the apron.
God, he's having to do a lot of corrections.
Yep. Four-wheel drift coming out of the corner. And this third lap is 45.391. Even better than the one before. Not as good as the first one, but still good.
Wow, look at that wiggle. 198.277. His average at this point, 198.306. He's on his final lap.
Back to the apron. They're correcting the steering. Improvement in both sectors.
Nice rotation off that corner. Let's see what the last lap brings.
It should be at least 45.341, second best lap.
And that puts him third in the order. Fantastic.
Nice.
198.495. Average over the 4 laps, 198.353 miles per hour.
And we have now Jacob Fredriksson on track, the first of the Wildcats. Very personal design, made by Bob Riley. This is one of the cars of the Pat Patrick team. The other is David Jakes. And this has an improved Offenhauser, the DSG or DGS, whatever, Drake Goose Sparks.
Yeah,
this is an Offenhauser with a bit more power.
Fredriksson's had an excellent year so far. According to the sheet that Juha prepared, he won round 5 at Michigan. And he's currently third, or actually he was third in the USAC championship last year in 2020. So he also writes for IndyPodden and does a lot of podcasts for that series, correct?
Yeah. He's an avid IndyCar enthusiast, both of the history and of the modern current one. And he has been able to interview some very interesting people. We can only recommend his channel, although unfortunately many of the interviews are in Swedish.
Yes, but not all of them. Some are in
Not
English. All. Yeah, but he's a really excellent.
Okay, nice line.
Excellent driver, excellent
very
interviewer.
close to the wall in the chute. Let's see how close he comes in this one. Not too high, but let's see what this lap is. It's 45.628.
Wow, 197.247 miles per hour for his opening lap.
Settling the car. Line looks very nice. This is so complicated. You have to really nail these setups because everything changes over the course of 4 laps. The car goes from some gallons in the tank to nearly nothing. There
Comes
he
off
goes.
the corner there. The top 5 right now in qualifying, myself, Jason White on the pole, Adam Hackman is second, Juha Boss third, Ray Radal fourth, David Saber is in 5th place.
45.711. That's
Well, if
lower
you'd
than
start
before.
3 wide, we'd have 3 Penskes on the front row.
Well, I don't think we're going to do that just for the sake of safety because we've seen how that can go terribly awry in the past. But
Yeah, that's why I said if to start
if.
the sentence.
Yeah. So his average to this point, 197.068 miles per hour. Excellent so far in this. I mean, this is very fast for a 4-banger. Continuing with the order, in 6th is Richard Coxon, 7th is Raul Ureb, and 8th is Jason Fitch. 8 cars qualified so far, and we're looking at the 9th qualifier.
Quickest lap so far for Jacob, 45.583.
Yeah, which gives him an average over the 3 laps so far of 197.192. So that's a very respectable speed in this car. You can notice too, he's got that extra wing on there on the front, which also is another feature on the Coyote, and those are both Bob Riley designs, this Wildcat and the Coyote.
Coming out now on his last lap. Let's see, this one looked really well. And it's 45.545.
Puts him 5th on the grid.
That's great. That's a great run.
It's a great run for this car
Yeah,
indeed.
overall, that's 197.295 miles per hour for his qualifying. Now we go to Dave Miller, who's been sharing this car with Mrs. Dave, or Angel May.
There
The only
he goes,
roadster
the
in the
Black
race.
La Machine,
Yes, La Machine.
which is basically a cooking robot, unless I'm mistaken.
It's a Cuisinart. It's a
It
food
just sounds
processor.
it sounds so much better when you say La Machine.
It's a food processor, basically.
Okay. I think this is not the first Offenhauser, pure Offenhauser, because Richard Coxon already used one.
That's correct. This is the second Offenhauser we're seeing
This is
tonight.
the second normal Offenhauser, yes.
Yeah, Dave's only race this year so far was a DNF at Mosport. Angel finished 9th at Texas in this car, so it is a car that is capable of finishing races well. It's not the fastest car in the field, but it certainly could, in a 500 miler, if you nurse it, you could come up with a good finish. And as we all know, the 500 milers pay a lot of points.
They do. Very high line for Dave.
Yeah.
It looks to me like a very oversteady car.
Oh, we have 33 viewers on YouTube. Coincidence? I think not.
Interesting, the high line that Dave is taking. Maybe when the car warms up, he will be going closer to the apron. Dave line out of turn 4, and he will be starting his first time lap in a moment. Sorry, his second.
Finish.
I mean,
Yeah, he's finishing
finish.
lap 1.
His first
Lap
time.
His lap 1 time comes across as
Oops, 47.467.
189.605 miles per hour. So that's by far the slowest lap so far.
Yeah, that sounds awfully close to the dreaded bubble, but we will see.
Yeah, I'm worried about that. That's probably a dangerously low speed?
Well, what could lead us to think it's dangerously low? Because we've just seen very fast cars. This is, with the exception of Coxon's Dragon, or the first average car we're looking at tonight.
Yeah, that's also true.
That's true. Coming off of turn 4 now, he's going to hit the strike one more time. Let's see what the time and speed is. 46.996, 191. So much, much better that lap. 191.505. His average to this point, 190.550. Okay, so picked it up there. So we'll see what happens in the end. I mean, obviously, this is going to probably be the slowest car in the field so far. But, yeah, we're really going to get a better idea towards the end of qualifying what the danger zone is. Someone suggested we play Kenny Loggins. We will not do that because we don't want to incur. First of all, we can't do it for 2 reasons. 1, it's an anachronism, and 2, we'll incur the wrath of the YouTube copyright people, which we don't want to do.
46.897 this second lap. Even an improvement. I mean, every lap so far has been an improvement, which
Yeah,
I
190
think tends to indicate that Dave is getting more comfortable with the car.
His average to this point is almost exactly 191 miles an hour, 191.001. I was just looking back through the list. Juha, is it true that I did a 45.000 lap?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Is there a prize for that?
That's precision.
There isn't. Sorry.
Dang.
Paul, it's enough for you.
Here comes the last lap from Dave Miller.
And what do we got?
Sorry.
47.
Typo.
That's all right.
125.
That's all right. 47.125, 190.981. So the
And
average.
it's on the grid so far.
It's on the grid, 190.996. I think historically, I was looking back at some of the runs that were done in real life, although it's always dangerous to compare. You know, there are times where we've nailed the spread of the field before, and other times where we haven't. It's a very hard thing to do when you're making a video game mod. But I remember some of the bump day qualifiers were in the high 180s.
Okay,
So
and we got now on track one of the hot shots of the day. That's
Yeah,
no
we
other
do.
than Mickey Grems, who has been doing amazing lap times with that Eagle.
Well, he's really been a hot shot in this series so far. He won round 4 at Trenton and round 6 at Mosport. He's second in the standings right now, and he's the only double winner
Here he
this
comes.
year.
Whoops.
Coming off the corner now. Yeah, he's an impressive driver. New addition to ISO, very welcome addition. Personable guy, a friend of David Jakes', I believe.
That is correct.
Yeah, he's been a nice addition to our community.
Very aggressive there, down to the apron, up to the wall. This guy's not leaving anything at the table.
No, he's definitely not. 10 cars qualified to this point.
Move line through turn 3.
Yeah, very
Ooh,
stable car.
man.
Very stable looking. Very low there in turns 2 and 4, which seems to be the opposite to what people have been doing so far, which
Do
is
you
going
think
low
this
in
having a
1 and
shot
3.
at top 3?
Maybe. We'll see.
Ooh.
45.4.
That's 2 tenths slower than me, but my second lap wasn't exactly the best in the world, so...
And he's improving.
Yeah,
At least in the first sector.
So right now his first lap came in at 198.054. We'll see what happens here in the second lap. You can hear that throttle modulation there, so he's definitely right foot steering the thing through the corner. Whoa!
Oh, it looks a bit unstable. It looks
does.
a bit unstable exiting 3.
Yeah. Crosses the
This
line.
is slightly slower, 45.597.
197.381. The average to this point, 197.717. Yeah, this is a modified Eagle 74. obviously not state of the art, but the results sheet for this championship would argue with that point because Mikey has won 2 races so far. Whoa!
I think there's a case of talent making up for what Juha
yes.
can't do.
Talent making up for a lack of mechanical superiority, that's for sure. Lap 3 complete now.
45.471. Nice average.
Yeah, 197.928 miles per hour. The average to this point, 197.787, which is a very respectable time in this car. Again, it's a 4-banger. But the this is an Offenhauser. It's not even the SGD modified Offenhauser. This is a... And we don't have any Drake V8s in this field, do we?
I think not.
No, it's just SGDs and Offies from the Offenhauser factory.
Watch out! So far, the quickest one.
Oh boy!
Sectors.
And we'll know. Thanks to Juha's expertise with the chart, we'll know exactly where he slots in when the time hits. He's 4th. He comes across 4th, so you're safe in 3rd. He'll be starting alongside you, Juha, with a overall time.
Yes.
Overall speed of 197.972. That's very good in this car.
And this was the last runner of this group, so if you would care to...
Yeah,
we're
going
start the
to
weekend.
have now a break of 5 minutes for the server to open, and then the guys in the next batch to enter.
Yep, I'm going to restart the or go back to the...
Already taken care of. Weekend has been restarted.
Oh, okay. All right, so we're actually running a bit behind because of the snafu with Raul's car, I believe. But my guess is that we'll make up the time as we go along, because the runs actually go a bit faster than the 5 minutes we booked for each one. So we'll probably get that time back, I would think.
Yeah, there's also the 15-minute admin break. We can shorten it a bit if needed.
If we need to, yeah, that's true.
It would be unfair otherwise to the people who will be on the bubble later.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to give everybody the maximum time for the bumpage, also for our YouTube audience.
Okay, excuse me for a minute. I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. And I believe I will step away from the mic as well. We'll be back just very shortly. Stay right where you are. All right, so if we take a look at the order here, we currently have the server open, and as you can see, we're running a little bit behind schedule here, but the next guy up is David Jakes, and we're probably going to be heading to that run in a couple of minutes here. And then after that, Mikhail Drexler in a very unusual car, the Shugai Fox, Filippo Marazzi, Alberto Aquino, Steve Parker, Peter Hlavik, Alan Forrester making another appearance with us in a 500-mile race, Jason Whited, Greg Delacella, Jules Bouchard, and Martin Lucena. So a lot of very competent drivers coming up here in the next few minutes.
Yes, indeed. Not the most top cars, except in the case of Little Al. But other than that, very good drivers that should be making life very complicated for those who will be coming behind. And we're still missing Peter Lavak.
Yeah, we got two more people we're waiting for here.
Yes, Peter Lavak, and that be Alan Forster is the second one who is missing. There's also Martin Lacina missing.
Interesting too, because when you put in, you add to the fact that we're just running a tiny bit behind schedule. I mean, I'm surprised that they're not here, but in any case, I think we'll probably go at 10 minutes after the hour. Would you think that that's fair?
I think so. I'm going
Okay.
to post a message in the server in that regard.
So Juha, are you operating the server via where you are? Like in-game, or do we have to advance it via the remote connection? I guess Juha stepped away at the moment.
Yeah, he's busy now putting. He has posted before me in the forum. He's calling the
I see.
drivers that are not here.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Let me preview another trivia question while we're waiting here. Who holds the record for the most laps led in one Indianapolis 500? Is it A, Billy Arnold, B, Michael Andretti, or C, Al Unser? We'll have the answer later on in the broadcast. All right, it's 2:10 right now, so you guys tell me when we should move to the next session here.
I think. Let me see. No, I was looking at the forum just to see if they were maybe around in the forum and about to post something, but I don't see any of the missing ones. Foster, Lavak, or Lacina. This is strange because I can see that several of them have been around, but we cannot delay our schedule even more. So,
all right. So away we go.
Okay. The first one should be David Jakes. This time we'll be waiting till the green light in the pits.
Yes. Yeah, definitely. We don't want Jakes to cross the line before the green light is given.
And I think that should be when the timer starts. Bit of a delay here in the game. Fans getting anxious. They're waving all the time, but they don't get tired of that. Probably still enough surplus of beer there in the grandstands.
Yeah, we need to make a snake pit one year. Of course, then the problem is it
would get adult rated, our broadcast.
Yeah, then we'd get flagged by YouTube for nudity and other debauchery and stuff, which we don't want to have happen.
Yeah, beer, alcohol, stickers.
We've got 0 strikes against us. I want to keep it that way.
And here we go.
All right. Back underway in qualifying.
Johnson, former Indy winner, which is also the case of the driver, David Jakes.
And there's Linda, you just missed it, Linda Johncock at the end of the pit exit. And this is a Wildcat Mark II, powered by the SGD engine, sponsored by North American Van Lines, a moving company in the United States. David Jakes has had an excellent year for himself. He won last year's Indy 500 here at ISO and was the USAC champion 1974 for last year. So he's definitely a force to be reckoned with. He currently leads the series after winning round 3 at Texas, and he's had excellent finishes throughout. So it may not be the fastest car in the field, but the driver behind the wheel, top shelf, no question.
Absolutely, and also a great guy when it comes to strategy. Very clever thinking.
Yeah, he totally cleaned our clocks.
And he's on it.
He is on it. He totally cleaned our clocks strategy-wise at Texas this year. Because Adam and I were looking at a possible Penske 1-2, and he very clearly had the better pit strategy than we did when it came down to the end, and overlapped us and took the win. Very deserved win.
Very solid line so far through both first turns.
Mm-hmm.
Also here, barely glancing the apron. Car is looking very solid, very stable. He comes, no need to take risks with the wall. Let's see what the first lap. 45.755. I was expecting something a bit quicker, to be honest. But he's probably playing it safe.
Yeah, that's 196.699 miles per hour. Yeah, he's probably playing it safe. It's definitely a car that's not going to put him in a danger spot. Yeah, let's run through the grid right now. We have 11 cars qualified so far. I'm on the pole right now. Adam Hackman is second. Juha Boss third. Mikey Grems is fourth. Ray Radal is fifth. Jakob Fredrickson is sixth. David Saber seventh. Richard Coxon eighth. Raul Ureb ninth. Jason Fitch is 10th. And Dave Miller is 11th in La Machine.
So 45.385, this was more what I was waiting for.
Yeah, exactly. 198.303
for that warm, and it's going lower in the turns.
Yeah. One of the nice things about this mod or this year is that there's no tire war, so everybody's got the same tires.
Yeah, and no excuses.
And no excuses. 197.498 is the average to this point. That's on pace to put him 7th on the grid, I think. We'll see what happens when the run is over.
Coming to the end of the third lap. Not quicker so far.
Yep. 45, 389, 385, 198.303. Average to this point is 197.765. Very comparable run, actually, to Mikey Grems, who just went a second ago.
Interestingly, his second and third lap times are nearly identical.
Mm-hmm. So it seems. That's the constancy, the mark of the good drivers.
I think the difference is like the 10,000 of a second. Because it displays both as 45, 385.
Bit of a wiggle there. He was pushing it this one.
Final lap comes in at 45.348. The average 197.940 slots him in 5th on the grid. That's very good, and about where I would have expected him to start, frankly.
Mm-hmm. So we got on track now. One of the oddballs, if there is ever one, this is this car, the Shugai Fox. Real strange car, an oddity.
Yeah, just look at the interior trim here. Not a Cadillac, this car.
Certainly not. Very squared for this time when the cars were getting more and more aerodynamic and with more curved shapes. And this thing was still looking like, I don't know, like something very boxy and ungainly. It's in the hands of Michael Drexler, who is going to try to qualify it. It will be no easy feat, because this is, to be honest, a rather bad car.
Yeah, odd-looking car, but it does look very chiseled. It actually looks more like a Formula One car, if you ask me, than an Indy car.
Yeah.
Crosses the line, he starts his run. Yeah, this is a car that probably is going to be in danger of being on the bubble, I would think. But we'll see what happens. 12 cars qualified now.
High line there for Michael Drexler.
Yeah, very much.
Not willing to force it.
No, coming through turn 4 now. Heading down to the first turn, or sorry, yeah, down the straightaway to the first turn. Crosses the line, and what does the time and scoring say? 47.750, 188.481. That is the slowest lap so far.
Yeah, similar to how Dave Miller opened with the false set. We will see if there is improvement here or not.
Forty 47.929, 187.777. The average 188.129 to this point.
Yep. What I think we're expecting from this car, to be honest.
Yeah, more or less. This is not a reflection of Drexler's driving.
No, no, absolutely not.
No. Oh, he missed the apex there. The car went a bit wide. But he seems to maintain the speed. He's taking a very high line around here. Yeah, he's fighting that car. For sure. And that's the one thing that we always talk about, you know, with these cars. There's the problem of, and there's 47.338, which is 190.122. The average to this point, 188.7. But it's definitely a problem for the people who are driving older equipment at the bottom. Those are the people who really have to work hard to qualify for Indianapolis. It's not the people at the front who have top-line equipment. Their job is easy by comparison.
Very high line here for Drexler. He's, I think, evidently fighting a bit of oversteer in the car. And he comes to the end of his run. There he goes. Closes with a bit of an improvement, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, 46.3. That gives him, or I'm sorry, I read the wrong one. 47.125. The average over the 4 laps, 190.996, I believe. So that slots him in 12th.
Hang on, there was a slight delay in my
Oh,
coding.
sorry.
Apologies.
No, the average is 189.257. That slots him in 13th. So the next driver to attempt to qualify will be Filippo Marazzi. See if he's on track. There he is, driving a Watson, number 24. This is a one-off drive for Filippo. This car is actually vacated at the moment. I don't believe anybody actually drives it full time. So
no, it's going to be allocated after this race.
After the 500 it will be. So if anybody wants to drive a sleek-looking car, number 24, here's your chance. After this event is over next Sunday. Actually, with the 2 no-shows, we're going to gain some time here. So we'll get back on schedule, more or less.
Down for the second shoot for the apex. Also a bit of a high line here, indicating a bit of oversteer.
Yeah, Kinzer caused the first yellow of the 1978 500 driving this car. He actually, the car petered out at him on the track twice in the opening laps, causing 2 pacer light sessions.
Nice line here coming out of turn 4, and we will see now what it means in terms of lap time. 47.825. I think this is even slower than the opening lap of the Sukai Fox.
It is.
Yes,
Yes.
it is by a tenth of a second. Almost.
Yeah.
Okay. Filippo then trying to play it conservatively. And I think if I was in the situation of the drivers who will likely be on the bubble later, I would try to do first of all laps that are absolutely safe. I mean, not crashing the car and trying just to score a time. And I would leave all the risk taking for the situation of being in the bubble later. Oops!
Oh,
Oh, no, no, no. Oh,
Goes to nice
shoot.
eight, and there you go.
Oh, accident. And the car flips over. My goodness. Thank goodness for the rollover bar. A crash for Filippo Marazzi, and that, my goodness, so he's going to have to go to the end of the line. That's attempt number 1, and he's going to have to take a trip to the Hanna Medical Center to make sure he's okay. My goodness.
So that means we can advance to the next car, which is the Parnelli Vipe G6. In the hands of Little Al.
Mm-hmm.
Moving already, coming out of the pits.
Oh, well, that answers my question. I had the wrong car. Yep, there he is. The Interscope, Parnelli, driven by Danny on the gas on Gaius. This car qualified in the middle of the front row, splitting 2 Penske's in 1978.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that today because Little Al was not 100% comfortable with this. Too many exams and general school obligations, so he doesn't have all the practice that he would have wanted to, but he's going to give it the most that he can. Very aggressive line already from lap 1.
Mm-hmm.
Going down to the apron, getting a clean exit there. There it goes. 221 mph at the end of the straight before going into turn 1.
Well, he looks pretty good. Car looks like it's rotating through, and he's using the apron. So I'm going to read through the grid as it is right now. 13 cars qualified. Jason White, myself on the pole. Adam Hackman is second. Boss third. Mikey Grimm's fourth. David Jakes is 5th, Ray Riddall 6th, Jakob Fredrickson 7th, David Saber 8th, Richard Coxon 9th, Raul Ureb 10th, Jason Fitch 11th, Dave Miller 12th, Michael Drexler 13th, and 14th was going to be Filippo Marazzi, but he crashed.
First lap for Little Al, 45.487.
That's a very good opening lap, 197.858 miles per hour for Little Al in his opening lap.
Car is wiggling a lot. I just hope he can end the run properly.
It's a very beautiful car, this Interscope car. It's funny because when you look at it up close with that big visor, oh, big wiggle there going through 4. He's fighting that thing. I mean, this car does operate on a knife edge, which is why it was such a good pairing, this car and Danny Ungaius in 1978. Lap 2 is complete.
Bit slower this time.
A little bit.
All
45
those wiggling has cost him some time.
Yeah, that cost some time. 45.641. Average to this point, 197.524.
So
he's on.
first sector is quicker than the one of the first lap. Oh my goodness.
Ooh.
Rust cutting there.
Coming off the turn. Ooh, man. Watch out. Down the front straightaway now. Let's see what happens here. 45.618. 197.290. So it's getting progressively slower as he goes. Or actually, that was slightly faster than the last lap, but it's still the average 197.446 miles per hour. Half a lap to go.
Looking cleaner this one.
Mm-hmm.
It's indeed quicker. This could be the quickest of all. It is 45.460.
197.
Seventh on the grid.
Yeah, that puts him 7th on the grid. 197.976 miles per hour, and he uses the little road there to stop. Okay. All right. So next we have a driver that we haven't seen much from recently, but we're really happy that he's going to make a run here. Steve Parker, driving a ancient Eagle here. This is a Circle City Coal entry. This car actually is for sale at the Vintage Indy shops in Indianapolis. They've restored it.
Looking at it, is this the car that won last year's championship and under David Jakes?
No. David Jakes won in Dick Simon's car, which was the Eagle
Because it looks
74
very
with the Void
similar.
engine.
It looks like it, I'll grant you that, but it's not the same car.
Yeah, it's white and it's an Eagle 74.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, Steve Parker had no USAC starts for us in this year or last year for that matter. So this is after a long hiatus in these cars. We'll see how he does.
Meanwhile, I've had a look at the forum, and we don't have any word from Peter Lavac or Martin Lassina. And only Lassina has been on the forum tonight, so unfortunately, I don't expect to see Peter tonight.
Well,
I
that's
hope-
too bad. We'll have to see what happens as far as
Hopefully,
bumpage.
Martin will show up.
Yeah. Parker comes through the North Chute and now into turn 4. Let's see what happens here. Coming off the corner. Hits the strike. 47.222. 190.589.
Nearly the same as the Sugai Fox.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems you and me were talking about the bubble being probably in the high 46s. It might actually be in the low 47s. We will see.
Yeah, we'll see.
This lap is also an improvement now. Let's see, should be 0.1 to 0.2 of a second quicker. Yeah, 0.1 of a second quicker this time. 47.107.
And that is a 191.054 mile per hour lap. The average to this point, 190.821. Not a bad run in an ancient car.
Not at all. But we are not going to discover Steve Parker now. Ain't
No.
we? He's a very reliable guy. You can trust him any kind of equipment and you can be sure he will make the most of it. And just as I speak it, he's apparently improving in this lap.
Sweeps off at the 4th turn. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, there you go. Under the 47 mark. 46.965.
191.632 miles per hour, the average. Just a tick over 191. 191.090. Very reliable run in an ancient car.
Very consistent overall, and this lap seems to be going even a tad quicker.
It's funny because I've posted pictures on our Instagram page of cars that, you know, I did one series of cars and their trailers. Ooh.
Whoop.
Yeah, very loose exit there. Let's see how this ends up for Steve Parker. Boom. 192.057. He slots in 13th on the grid with an average of 191.331. What I was saying was I did a series on our Instagram page of cars and their trailers matching in the garage, and the last picture in the series was of the AMC Eagle, And it was I got a message from the Vintage Indy restoration group, and they said we have that car. So, all right. So Peter Hlavich is not here, so we will be moving on to Alan Forster.
Maybe he was waiting for the time slot assigned according to the clock. There he goes.
And interestingly, this car got bumped off the grid in the real race.
Oh, there he is. Okay, I finally found him. Alan Forster, as many of you know, this car is this was previously the car that was driven by, I believe it was...
Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan drove this car previously. It's the older car that was driven by Salt Walther, and then when he purchased his '77 McLaren, this became a B car, and in '78 it was driven by Graham McRae, but yes, bumped out of the field. And as we can see, true to form, Alan Forster is using a gamepad.
Things seem to never change.
Yep. Things that you can rely on in this life: death, taxes, rain, and Alan Forster using a gamepad.
And usually making a good show with it, by the way.
Yeah, usually. I mean, he's a former pole sitter back when we were at another league. He was a pole sitter there.
And he
Comes
won
across
a
the
race
line.
also, if I remember correctly, a kart 88 race.
He won a kart 88 race too in that league as well. So he is a fast driver, very talented. Just for some reason, prefers to use game pads. I don't know why. Oops, I lost him for a second there. Excuse me. There we go. And you can see on the side of that car, if you look closely, the DW logo, which is the Dayton Walther logo, indicating that this is part of that field. It's amazing how, I mean, this car would have been state of the art in 1973, and here it is, just barely scraping by in 1978. The path of or the pace of technology, always moving forward. Lap
Whoa.
1 is complete.
That
50.
was a
Oh
slow
my
lap.
goodness, 50.1993, 173.100. Okay, that is certainly in the danger zone. I don't think I need to think about that. Man, I don't know. I mean, if you're Alan Forster, what do you do here?
I'll wave off.
Yeah, I would think that would be the smart thing to do, because even if you pick up the pace, you're still going to have the average of that lap with the rest of them, and it really will spoil the run, even if you...
Yeah, the thing is, if he doesn't crash, completes his run, everybody else crashes behind him.
And
He'll still be
the
in.
problem is that I don't know if he's using the full boost because he's very slow in the straights.
Maybe
Yes.
he's not. Maybe he didn't map his boost. Oh, goodness. Lap 2 complete now. What does the story tell us? 51.829, but so it is faster, but still very, very slow. 173.647 miles per hour. I'm starting to think that you guys might be onto something. There might be a boost issue in that car.
Yeah, he probably maybe he loaded the wrong setup or something because that's
I don't
absolutely
know.
not normal. This car should be topping upwards of the 200 mph mark.
Yeah,
on the
if I didn't know
straights.
any better, I'd say the pop-off valve had become unseated on this car. And that he's lost all the boost pressure. That's what it looks like, because the car is very stable, but it's stable because it's not on the edge. It's not going as quick as it should. Lap 3 is complete now. Let's see if this is any better. 51.7250. So he is improving each lap, but clearly there's just not enough juice in that car. 173.913 the average to this point. 173.553. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say Forrester's going to have to qualify this car again later on.
Yep, so it seems. And he better find the boost button for that.
Yeah, if he hasn't mapped the boost button, he better find it. Comes through turn number 4 now. My goodness. This is not a full season car either. This is a one-off for the 500 milers that we're running this year. Crosses the line. The last lap. That was his fastest. 51.675, 174, 165. The average comes out to 173, 705, 16th fastest. The slowest qualifier so far.
Okay. Next up is Jason Whitehead.
Okay, this is an interesting story here with this car. This is a car that was driven by Larry Rice. This car made the 500 field on Bubble Day. Just managed to get into the field. Very nice looking car, white with kind of a light blue livery. Sponsored by a radio station, I believe, WIBC. And also sponsored by Bryant Heating and Cooling, which also sponsors Janet Guthrie's entry here, which is going to be driven by Francois Remin later. Starts his run. Whitehead is a very competent driver. Had a really good run, actually, at Mosport, I believe. Finished very high up. And very competent road racer. We'll see how he does in the 500, but I think he's probably in line to have a good race. What do you guys think?
Well, I think so. He's a very consistent driver, and this is not the slowest of the Eagles. These were slightly improved ones, and we have already seen what Mickey Grimes can do with one of these things.
This is actually a Lightning. This is
Oh,
a
sorry.
Lightning Offenhauser.
Okay. Yeah, the Lightning. Well, that's a decent car.
Crosses the line. Let's see what his first lap brings.
47.353.
Not bad for an opening lap. 190.061. Comparable to what Steve Parker did for his opening lap. Yeah, these Lightnings were the customer car of the day, weren't they?
They were, yes. Many teams used them with several choices of engines. Cosworth is the case of Pancho Carter and the All-American Racing Team at the start of the season, and also with Offenhauser engines like this one.
Crosses the line. Second lap complete and comes in at 47.138. 190.928 miles per hour. Average to this point, 190.494. So that would put him in the teens if he keeps up this speed.
Mm-hmm. Also high line through the corners, you can see.
Yep.
Very, very much wiggle in that car also. Up to the wall nearly.
Lap number 3 about to be completed.
.942, that's better.
Yeah, 191.725 miles per hour. Average to this point, 190.903. Yeah, that's a good solid run that'll put him in the teens, I would think. If I were Alan Forrester, I would be running an offline session soon, trying to find a way to get more speed in that car. I think you guys hit the nail on the head. I think the problem is he just didn't map the boost button.
Yeah.
Off the fourth and final turn, here comes Jason Whitehead towards Pat Vidan, and
it's 46.908. So
yeah,
the
it's
best
best
of
lap.
the run so far.
191.864. That slots him in 14th on the grid. His average speed is 191.142 miles per hour. Great run. Next
Now
up
it's
is
a turn for one of our veterans.
Greg Delicella, who is in this race, he is Mikey Grems's teammate.
Yeah, indeed, this is the T-Bone Gilhausen I was thinking of before.
Mm-hmm.
I just skipped one car.
Yep. And away he goes. This is a slightly different car than Mikey's car in terms of configuration. The engine is slightly different. The nose is a little bit different on this car. It's not a clone copy of his car. But then again, that car's one of a kind as well, if you think about it. Well, it's close to the Finley Eagle, but it's not the same thing, right?
Yeah, T-Bone Eagle, Finley Eagle.
He may as well be called a T-Bone Eagle.
Yeah.
All right, off the corner he comes. Della Cella started a couple races this year. Didn't have too much success, but this is a guy who very much is excited about oval racing. So, you know, it's just a matter of him coping with attrition. If he practices and if he has a good set, he's definitely he has a chance of doing well in a 500 miler, no question. So we're actually right on schedule now, believe it or not.
That's good.
Mm-hmm. Comes off.
Meanwhile, Petter Lavac has let us know in the forum he will join us.
Okay, so he's going to be slotting in.
I've slotted him in at the back.
Okay, all right. Well, that's good because we want to preserve the bumpage. Greg Delacella crosses the line. His first lap comes in at very nice lap, 46.934, 191.758 miles per hour. Very nice opening lap. And he's using that apron, especially in one. There he's above the line, but he was definitely cutting below the line going into turn one to start the lap. Let's see what he does here in turn three if he has a similar line. One person that we don't give enough credit to here, I mean, we give a credit for the physics that he does, Richard Wilkes, but these cars sound great too, and that's his work as well.
It is, yes, indeed.
Yeah. So here
All
comes
these cars, by the way, have the sound engine from samples of the real ones.
Yeah, they're from dynos in a lot of cases. Greg Delacella crosses the line, 46.715, so that's even faster, 192.657. The average to this point, 192.207 miles per hour.
Looks solid and very confident because he's getting close to the walls without any sign of car wiggle, which indicates everything is going to plan for him.
Yeah, he's very solidly in the field with this kind of a time, and his line and just his driving technique look very confident. Lost a bit of speed in turn three there. We'll see if he see what this time and speed brings up for him. But yeah, he looks really good. Looks like he's been putting in some time on the server, getting this thing dialed in. Crosses the line. Mikey on the YouTube chat. Good-looking car there. You're not exactly unbiased. 46.856, 192.077. The average to this point, 192.163. He's on his final lap. Comes through the fourth and final turn. I got to say, very solid run by Greg here. This is impressive.
Nicely done, and could very well be absolutely out of the bubble.
I would think it would be, to be honest.
Definitely.
Yeah, he puts him 13th on the grid. Nice job. Great run by Greg Delacella.
And now another Lightning Offenhauser in the hands of Jules Bouchard, who recently upgraded car. He started the season with a Watson, but then jumped to the first National City Travelers check number 16 once it became vacant.
Mm-hmm. Yep, this is the car that was driven by Johnny Parsons Jr. in real life. Johnny Parsons Jr. is a guy who didn't have a lot of success in Indy cars, not nearly the success that his dad had, but this was probably the zenith of his career, 1978. He had a few good runs in this car, but from that point on, it pretty much was like trying to get into the 500 field on Bubble Day a lot of the time, and it just didn't quite pan out. But We'll see what Jules can do with this car coming off the fourth turn. And he's on it. It's easy to confuse this car with Rally Your Revs.
It is, yes.
Because they are very similar in color, and they're obviously the same.
Chassis.
They're obviously the same chassis. They have different engines, so they make a different sound.
Yeah. The ripping shit.
Yeah, the ripping sheet of the Cosworth versus the
Gurgling bubble.
the gurgling, bubbling of the Offie. All right.
Bit of a wiggle there. Forcing it into the corner. Ooh, fourth wheel sliding it up to the wall. Very confident there. 215 mph stopping on the main street. Right before turn 1. We've seen the Cosworth engine cars stopping about 220, 20 something.
191.885 for that opening lap for Jules Bouchard. Jules is Canadian, one of two Canadians in this series. The other one would be David Jakes, who's already qualified his car. Through the fourth and final turn. Whoa! Right out to the wall goes Jules Bouchard.
Comfort.
Yeah, a little too close for comfort. That lap comes in at 46.942. A little slower. 191.725. The average is 191.805. Yeah, he actually upgraded from his Watson, I believe. And that's why the number 24 is in the hands of Filippo Marazzi this evening.
Yeah, correct.
I don't know. I mean, do you think that this is an upgrade for him in terms of car? Oh my goodness, very wiggly going into three there.
It's the same engine. It's probably a slightly better chassis than the Watson. Although the Watson is a very good balanced car. So I don't know. Maybe he was just looking for a change.
Mm-hmm. Could be. The other thing, too, is that he has a better chance of getting setups from people that, sharing setups versus, he would have with the Watson. 40, because there's only two of them. 46.984. That lap comes in at 191.554. The average to this point, 191.721. He's on his final lap. Through the fourth and final turn. This is going to be our last run before we take our 15-minute admin break. Crosses the line, slowing down, and the last lap comes in at 46.941, 191.730 miles per hour. The average to this point, well, the average for the run, 191.723 miles an hour. So that completes that run, and we're going to open the server, I believe, so people can come and go. And we're about 8 minutes ahead of schedule here, which is
yeah, maybe we could start 5 minutes earlier, and you could shift back into the next batch.
I can do that. I will tell him to.
Yeah, ask him, and if he's available, he can join us. If he joins us before 21.10, I think we could start 5 minutes earlier.
The problem with that is it's not exactly fair. He wasn't here, so he goes to the end of the line. That's the rules.
Okay.
So he's got to stay there. So no, we can't do that. But what we can do is give you the answer to the trivia question. You guys ready?
Go for it.
All right. So, second trivia question was, gotta find my sounds here. Who holds the record for the most laps led in one Indianapolis 500? Is it A, Billy Arnold, B, Michael Andretti, or is it C, Al Unser?
What was
Time's
the first
up.
answer? What was the first answer?
Billy Arnold.
I'll go with answer.
You going with Unser? What do you think, Alberto?
Answer. Well, Answer was known for start racing towards the end of the races, but it's hard to tell. It would be that one or. Nah, okay. So that you can use the wrong button, I'm going to go for Michael Andretti.
No. The answer was Billy Arnold.
I was suspecting that.
Yeah, he led 198 laps in 1930. The only 2 laps he didn't lead were lap 1 and 2.
Wow.
And he led the rest of the way.
Yeah, I was suspecting something like that because, Al Unser is always a late charger in the races.
Yeah.
So I knew he was. And Michael Andretti, if he was leading that many laps, he would have broken the car earlier. So. Okay, I'm going to leave you now because I'm the first on the line for the next run, and I gotta build up my concentration if there is anything such as that. So.
Oh, there's plenty of that. Are you kidding me?
Come on, I'll join you later in the booth as soon as I finish my run. Okay, see you guys.
All right, so see you later, Alberto. He's going to his car now to get it ready. Well, before we go on our break, I will read to everybody the current standings as they are. On the pole right now is, let's see. Oh, that's interesting. Wonder why that's the way it is. Well, right now, I'm on the pole with a speed of 199.963. Adam Ackman is second. Juha Boss third. Mikey Grems is fourth. David Jakes is fifth. Ray Radal is sixth. Juha Boss is seventh. Jakob Fredriksson is eighth. David Saber is ninth. Richard Coxon 10th. Raul Ureb is 11th. Jason Fitch is 12th. Greg Gelachella 13th. Jules Bouchard 14th. Steve Parker 15th. Jason White at 16th. Dave Miller 17th. Mikhail Drexler, is 18th. And Alan Forrester is 19th. We've had 19 qualifiers so far. And we're going to be going to our next, let's see, our next, I believe, Juha, you might want to have a look at the, I think I just rearranged the order of this thing by accident.
Yeah, so, I think you did.
Oops. So,
I don't know.
Oh, no.
I have no idea what happened there.
Oh, no. Hang on 1 second. We'll be back in a moment.
Yeah, I'm going backspace to find it until it works again. Ooh, that's not good. It's not good. Shit. Yeah, I don't want to lose all the times either. That's what fuck over. Yeah. Hang on. We've got. Hang on. Don't touch it.
Okay, so we're going to be going to our archival film in a moment, but everybody can rest assured we got the timing sheet fixed. So we're going to go to our archival film right now. Joe Saldana, Winner in Waiting, I believe is what it's called, or Winner in the Wings, one or the other.
Well, I'm Bob Yancer, and I drive the Arco Graphite Eagle, owned by Teddy Yip from Hong Kong. And the car was built and designed by Dan Gurney out in Santa Ana, California. Well, I think Joe's a good driver. He's probably one of the best sprint car drivers in the United States today, and Joe has a lot of capabilities. I look at him as being a very versatile driver. In other words, his capabilities for learning are very good, and of course, this is what I look for in a future race driver. I feel that I could take somebody like little Joe and make him into a super good driver with a big team, probably in a shorter time than most people would realize is possible, a la Rick Mears going with Penske. Well, I think Joe Saldana is exactly the same type of material. Probably even a little bit better because he has a tremendous amount of experience compared to a lot of the other rookies. Pancho Carter, and I drive the Budweiser Lightning car number 8. He's a good race driver. I feel that he's on the road the right direction now. He's got a decent champ car ride, and he's had some good showings. And the fact that Atlanta he finished ahead of me, so I can't say too much bad about him when he can outrun me. And felt like we were running very competitive that day. But Joe's really doing a good job, and I think he's headed, like I said, headed the right direction. And with the right assistance and help, I think he's going to be one of the top-notch champ car drivers here next year or so. known Joe for probably 5, 6 years, something like that. Joe's a very fine driver. He's a very talented man. He's very capable of running a championship Indianapolis car. He does, as far as I'm concerned, he does a fantastic job. I remember Atlanta, Georgia. Joe passed me. We were both running pretty good, and he went around me, and I said to myself, "Look at there. There's a guy that's new at the game and doing a heck of a job." And he's a fantastic young coming driver.
The first race car I ever bought was a car out of Beatrice, Nebraska, and the whole car with a trailer cost me $500, which today that wouldn't even buy one tire and wheel. At that time, I thought Speedway would be something great, you know, the Indianapolis 500, if I could ever be good enough to go there, which that dream came true. For about 3 or 4 years, I laid brick, and I still hold a journeyman bricklayer card. And it kind of helps me in the sun. You work out in the sun all day long, and then you jump in one of these race cars, and you have to go out there and run 100 laps, like at Atlanta where it was really hot, or here in Texas where it's hot. You can get out of the race car after 100 laps, you're tired, but then you can go down the line and look at other drivers, and you're not as tired as they are.
I drive the Leader Kart Racing 24. It's sponsored by Thermal King. This is my first year with Thermal King, but so far we've really had good luck together. We work good together, and we're looking forward next year to getting a new V8 and starting a whole new season. Well, I've known Joe since I started in the USAC. I started in '73, and Joe was already in USAC before I started. And I was friends with Joe before I ever started running USAC, but Joe's really come along in racing. He really looks better in the champ cars than anything he's done so far. He's good and consistent, and right now he's driving an older car, but you know, this is the name of the game here. It takes a lot of money, and the better sponsor you got and the better equipment you got, the faster you go.
When they say, "Gentlemen, start your engines," and that motor fires up, and you're sitting there, and you look up, and all these people are there, and you think, boy. And then they actually push you off, and you make that parade lap, and believe me, all them people, that's Indianapolis Motor Speedway is full of people during that day, and it's just... it's a feeling that you can't explain, you know. It's something.
Okay, gentlemen, we are back. That was a short film about Joe Saldana. Actually, it starred a lot of people in there. Al Unser, Bobby Unser, quite a few people talking about... it was a promotional piece, really, for Joe Saldana, but it gives you a really good idea of what the series was like back then. It's just kind of a day in the life, almost. You've seen that film before, right, Alberto?
Alberto isn't here because he's focusing on his own.
Oh, that's right. Well, you've I don't know if you've seen that film, but it's actually pretty good. It's a short little. So let's see.
Everybody's here. Cesarius has just rejoined, so we can move on to the next run, which will be Alberto.
Have we advanced to qualifying session?
Yes, we have.
All right, cool. So.
If you are ready, I can send Alberto onto the track.
Yes, I'm ready.
Order has been given.
All right. And I'll read through the current qualifying order. By the way, yeah, we had a slight scare with the timesheet care of me. Thank you, Juha, for stepping in and saving that. I promise I will be more careful in the second half of qualifying.
Well, if you don't do nothing, you don't do nothing wrong.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate your expertise where that's concerned.
Meanwhile, I have received news we might have an extra entry joining us at the back of the field.
Really? Who would that be?
We'll see when he joins.
Oh, you're gonna keep it a secret or a mystery.
Well, I don't want to ruin his reputation if he doesn't join.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. So here comes Alberto Ibañez driving Bobby Unser's Eagle 78 Cosworth. I'll read you what the order is at the moment for the race. We have 19 cars qualified for the race, and this is the order. Myself, Jason White, is on the pole. It's so strange talking about myself in the third person. Adam Hackman is in second, my teammate. Juha Boss is third. Mikey Grum's fourth. David Jakes fifth. Ray Radal sixth. Alberto Aquino is seventh. Jakob Fredrickson is eighth. David Saber ninth. Richard Coxon is 10th. Rally Reb is 11th. Jason Fitch is 12th. Greg Jellichel is 13th. Jules Bouchard is 14th. Steve Parker 15th. Jason Whitehead 16th. Dave Miller is 17th, matching his car number. Mikael Drexler is 18th. And Alan Forster is currently 19th on the grid. Filippo Morazzi is our only crash so far in qualifying. So we have one crash and 2 no-shows so far. But that is where...
but they will both join us later, so that's the good news.
All right, well, that's good. So there will be bumpage. Alberto is on his qualifying run now. Alberto is not very happy with this car in terms of... Oh, shit!
Well, putting it mildly there.
Crosses the line. 45.599, 197.372. Not a bad opening lap. But my goodness, he was definitely pretty. That was a pretty hairy situation a minute ago there. Through the north chute into turn 4. Heading down the front straightaway now. Let's see what lap number 2 brings him. 45.682, a little slower. 197.014. His average to this point, 197.193. Goodness. It's a beautiful looking car. It's too bad it's not faster.
Yeah, it looks to be in difficulties, really. That's not what we're used to see from Alberto.
No, it is not. Coming to the line now.
Is this a wave off?
Is this a wave off? It appears it is. Yeah, Alberto is waving off the run. He's not happy. He's going to be going later. Okay, we have our first wave off of the qualifying session. Interesting. Next up, driving Janet Guthrie's car, Francois Remen. Is Francois here, ready to go? There he is, the car.
He's starting up.
All right, there he goes. This will be interesting. Remen can be a quick driver, but he's also he's a very lively driver, to put it mildly. We'll see what he can do with this car. Actually, this is a good opportunity to give the third trivia question, because it actually is about the driver of this car, Janet Guthrie. So the trivia question is, what year did Janet Guthrie first enter the Indy 500? 1976, 1977, 1978? We'll have the answer later on.
Should be noted that Francois has this year started driving with a wheel instead of a gamepad,
Oh,
like before.
Okay. Well, we'll see if that makes a difference for him.
Well, it looks very neat so far.
A little bit of a bobble there coming out of the fourth turn.
Seems that Bremen has received Jacob's setup today, so been getting help from our Swedish friend.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's also happy we mentioned his podcast. Jacob, that is.
Crosses the line, 46,199, 194.809 miles per hour so far. Seems pretty smooth.
It is at a 46,199. Certainly isn't a bad opener. If you certainly know if you can build on that. Ooh, this lap's looking like an improvement already. Maybe Francois will break into the 45s on this one. And he does.
All right. 45,980, 195.737. The average to this point, 195.272.
Indeed.
All right, down the backstretch he goes. In the Texaco Star Special, number 51. A Wildcat Mark III. Offenhauser. We have seen. Oh, he glanced the wall there slightly.
Yeah, but it's looking like another improvement.
Yeah, looks like another fast lap. Oh, we know now. That was a major hit right there. That's definitely going to bend some trailing arms. We'll see.
That's the commentator's curse for you.
Well, we'll see. No, commentator's curse doesn't exist. He's going right down to the apron there. 46 134. So that definitely cost him 195.083. The average is 195.209 so far. Oh, Tom Anderson. I didn't hear about this. Tom Anderson in our YouTube chat says that the Janet Guthrie story is going to get the big screen treatment. Interesting.
It is, yes, and they have contacted Hilary Swank for that.
No way!
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. Wow. All right, so fantastic. That's great news. So there's
meanwhile, Francois just gets in the top 10.
Yeah, that's 10th right there. Good. 195.
That's a solid performance for him, really.
Very solid. 195, 105. The average 183 for the 4 laps. Excellent. So you're going to do another run later, Alberto?
Yeah, I'm going to do it, yes. I was not really happy with this one. Something strange was going on. And I had the feeling I was running out of fuel for the last lap, which is strange because I just did an offline run and I could get to the end. I don't know. Maybe online it consumes a bit more fuel and my car is there on the limit. I was not sure and I prefer to wave it off.
All right, so here comes John Team driving the aforementioned Joe Saldana's car. The Hoffman Auto Racing entry, number 69. This is a similar paint scheme to the one that David Hobbs used to run. Those Carling Black Label entries. There's part of me that wonders if this is a repoed or used car from that stable, and they just renumbered it and went on their way.
Hobbs was usually in the McLaren. I doubt it's that one.
Oh, it would have been a John Mailer car then, actually,
Yes.
because I think John Mailer was using a similar car. A similar liveried car, let's put it that way. Comes across the line now to start his run. Sorry, I'm scrolling through here looking for an item.
Opa!
Oh no! Oh my goodness!
Tank slapped on him on the exit. of
Oh
turn.
no! John Team crashes on his first lap. Well,
Probably too cold tires still, and he was pushing it too much at that point.
my goodness. All right, well, goodness. Okay, well, the next car up is the third of the Roger Penske entries. It is Simon Watman. Where is Simon? There he is.
And so far, I think the top 3 is still all Penske, so could he make it a top 4 full of Penskes? Is the question.
It's too bad we're not doing 3-wide start, because if he ends up third, we could have all 3 Penskes on the front row. But I'm really thrilled that Simon's found some speed in this car already, because when he came on the server initially, he clearly the setup that he had clearly wasn't working. So I very quickly handed him what I had, and within a few minutes he was able to get the car to a point where it was working well.
Yeah, he hasn't been lucky in USAC this year. He started 4 races and retired from all of them.
Yeah, he did. I didn't talk about John Team. He did do one-offs in the number 98 according to your sheet, rounds 1 and 6, both DNFs, but he did have some good speed at Mosport.
Oh, he did.
He's a very accomplished road racer, that's for sure.
Incidentally, Simon is now driving the car Rick Mears had his first Indy 500 start with.
Yes, he did. This is the first start that Rick Mears had in the Indy 500, and of course he won the following year in 1979, the first of his 4 wins.
Interesting progression, because he failed to qualify in 1977.
He was driving for Teddy Yip in 77, wasn't he?
I think he almost is.
That car apparently is going to be the car that he first drove. That apparently is going to be at the IMS Museum for their Rick Mears display. I'll have to check it out when I go
First lap
there.
for Simon, 45.8.
Ooh, 45.8. And
Playing
that
it
is-
safe, I think.
Yeah, he is. 196.437. Still, that's a very good opening lap for him.
Improvement now in the first sector.
Oh,
Bit of understeer there.
yeah, I think that's where he's losing his. I don't think he's very confident going into
he
1 and
actually
3.
gained 0.2 of a second. Let's see
Yeah,
what
really?
happens now when he comes to
All
the
right,
turn.
let's see.
It's looking good.
Okay.
There you go.
45.5.
Yeah, I think he lost about 2/10 in that.
Oh yeah, turn 3 is his trouble zone, I think.
It's a complicated turn. You come from the straight with a lot of speed, and it's a much more open turn in turn
And
1.
you have very few
References, yeah.
You have very few references there.
Mhm.
45.644. So still a pretty good average overall. His average to this point 197.047. So that's pretty good still. I mean, that's going to put him pretty far up the order for next Sunday. And you know, we Simon's entered a bunch of races so far this year. He had 4 one-offs. That's part of the reason that he was given choice of having this car. We rewarded people in terms of their presence, exactly. And he had 4 DNFs, but he was here 4 times, and and give him credit. He's doing a good job in this car, and he might have a really good day next week. We'll see.
And he's putting it ninth on the grid so far.
That's fantastic. That's great. 196.811 for the final lap. The average speed to this point, 196.988 miles per hour. Ninth on the grid for Simon Watman. Great run. All right, so next we have August Watring, who is driving Salt Walter's McLaren.
Wonder if he's got Johnny Smith in there.
Johnny Smith.
I thought you remember that.
Oh, is
Give me
this?
some-
Oh, the guy
Yes,
that.
it's that one.
Oh, the guy that he absolutely threw under the bus on live TV.
Exactly.
Oh, that guy. God, if there's one person that you're watching it and you're going, I wouldn't trade places with this guy for all the whiskey in Ireland right now. For those of you who don't know the backstory, Salt Walter, apparently, he had a mechanic by the name of Johnny Smith who changed his car significantly the night before the race. I forget what exactly he did, but whatever it was.
He changed the throttle, I think.
He changed something the night before, and it totally screwed up the performance of the car. And when Salt Walter exited the car, he was a bit upset, to put it mildly, and basically
Very mildly.
and he basically ended the guy's. I mean, I don't know if the guy got a job after the debacle of the 78 500, but he basically just laid into him on national TV, on ABC. And on one hand, I'm like, well, yeah, the guy screwed up, but on the other hand, dude, you don't want to. I don't know. It was not the classiest moment in on-air interview history.
No, which was immediately followed by the news that Tommy Smith had left the track.
Yeah,
by the end of the interview.
Picked up his gear and left the track. So yeah, it reminded me actually of the times when AJ Foyt laid into his crew on live TV, which he did a few times.
Okay,
Albert?
so that's a 45.988 first lap for August.
Okay, 195.703. That's a good opening lap in this car. It's a McLaren, and as you can hear, it is powered by a Cosworth DFX.
Going quicker this time. First sector slightly quicker.
Yeah, August switched from number 22 to 77 after round 4. He was 7th at Michigan. Yeah, and oh, it's Tommy Smith. Sorry, I called him Johnny Smith. Yeah, Tommy Smith. Yes. Sorry about that, but yeah, it's poor guy. I'm sure he had the best of intentions, but
Very minor improvement, but still very consistent, which is always good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, consistency obviously is good if you want to have a good 4-lap run. It does no good to have a 203 mile per hour lap if the following ones are all 188.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see, 45.982. That's very consistent. Only a 6,000ths of a difference. 195.728. Average to this point, 195.715.
And that's looking like an improvement. 1.5 tenths quicker.
Oh my goodness, right out by the wall.
Should be quicker now. There you go. 5.787.
196.562. Average is almost 196 miles an hour. 195.997. Yeah, this is a guy that I wouldn't count out on race day at all. It's really going to come down to who makes the best pit stops, who works the traffic the best, and who is judicious with their boost when they need to be.
This time it was lower.
Oh boy, 46. Yeah, 46.122. That puts him 10th on the grid. 195.780 is the overall. So lost a little bit of time there, but still top 10 start. That's very good.
And now we're getting a candidate for the first row, I think.
Possibly. We'll see.
In real life, AJ could not qualify on the first day, and so he was actually moved a bit back, but he had done a 200 mph lap, so the car showed potential.
Which it didn't really realize in the race.
Well, the story behind it actually is that AJ had the wastegate set improperly when he went out to to his credit, AJ took the blame for it. They interviewed him trackside, and he said, "Yeah, it's my screw up."
Yeah, that's the thing about AJ. He could lay off in the crew when the crew were wrong, but if he was wrong, he wouldn't care. He wouldn't worry about admitting it.
No, he definitely, if he was to blame for anything, he took the hit. So he held himself to a very high standard, and of course his crew to a very high standard, but it was never a situation where he was infallible.
Cesarius honoring him. He's not leaving anything in the table. Was barely 1 inch away from the wall in the chute, and he's looking very quick in this Coyote.
Yeah, Cesarius won the opening round of this year at Phoenix. Thank you to Juha for organizing all this stuff, because my memory is okay, but I wouldn't remember this stuff necessarily. So thank you. Yeah, he won the opening round at Phoenix, finished second last year at Indy, and second in the USAC championship.
Opening lap 45.523.
That's very good. 197.702 for an opening lap.
Look at that. That's really close to the wall there.
Mm-hmm. And
Not making
actually,
prisoners.
you're not going to be seeing double either in a bit here, because it just happens to be, because of the way that these are arranged, that the very next car to come out is going to be the teammate to Cesarius. Oh my goodness, look at him rotating that car through there. He was in a drift through that turn.
Very impressive driving.
Yeah.
Could be slower or could be quicker, but you can't say it wasn't spectacular. No improvement this time for him.
197.238 miles per hour. Average to this point is 197.470. The Foyt Coyote, designed by Bob Riley. Winner of the 77 500, of course.
Very aggressive turn entry there.
Yeah, very
Not
aggressive.
leaving a single inch on the track. Quicker on the first sector, quicker on the second. We could be seeing here a very quick lap this time.
Let's see.
It is
Oh my goodness.
45.270.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
The one
198.
that's going to hurt is the second, but
Yeah, 198.807. Average is 197.913. That is a very blistering fast lap. And keep in mind, this is a car that basically was at the end of its lifespan. It's
although
really
he had won the Indy the year
yeah.
before.
I mean, well, that's a credit to AJ that he was able to keep the car competitive all that time with his own motor, his own chassis. I mean, it's amazing that car, because this is essentially an evolution of a car that first raced in 1973. Final lap complete. 45.313, 198.089 miles an hour. He slots in fourth on the grid.
Beautiful.
So we still got
Great
a full
driving.
Penske top three.
All right, so you're still starting on the inside of row 2.
Happy me. Sorry, Cesarius. And this
here
is my
comes now
Formula
Bruno
1
Chacon.
teammate.
Yes,
Yep.
this is your F1 teammate coming up now. Bruno Chacon.
Who
Don't adjust
finished
your...
10 points in the last 2 Formula 1 races. You got to give it to him.
And he won the test race.
Not the quickest of drivers, but he's there when he needs to be.
He is. He's very consistent, very enthusiastic. Good member of our community. And he's driving George Ziggy Snyder's car. Essentially AJ's backup car. Come down now to start his qualifying run. We're 3 minutes ahead of schedule now, so things are progressing very well. A testament to the team we have behind the scenes here. Thank you very much, guys. Out of the turn. He's looking pretty good so far. Bruno was 5th at Mosport in a race that saw an incredible amount of attrition. I think that's one that a lot of people were happy to see end.
Most people saw it then, but not by the last lap.
Yeah,
exactly.
no kidding. Yeah, exactly. Here comes Bruno to complete lap number 1. Let's see what the story is. 46.100. 195.227.
And the story of this second Foyt entry is that there was a very loyal mechanic to AJ Foyt who had been with him all his life. And AJ Foyt always rewarded George Snyder with an entry in the Indianapolis using one of his backup cars.
Mm-hmm.
Although this time in '78, he actually entered him in many other races.
Yeah, Ziggy actually was in more races this year probably than any other year he ran, I would think.
Yep.
Most of the time, he would just run 1 or maybe 2 races in a year. This lap complete now. Let's see what Bruno has.
And interestingly, in '78, Snyder finished 8th, 1 place behind AJ.
Yeah, he did. 46.135, 190. Whoa, very
Lots of
wide
understeer.
exit. Yeah, lots of understeer there. 195.079 for that lap, so a little slower, but still very close to the first one. Average speed so far 195.153. Well, we'll see what happens here. I think definitely Bruno is on pace to have a good 500 next week. I mean, you guys know as well as I do, he's very consistent. Lap 3 is completed. 46.17. Good grief, that's incredibly consistent. All 46 ones. 194.927. The average to this point, 195.078 miles per hour.
Should put him in the grid with no problems anyway.
Very solid run.
Yeah, not taking any risks, but making it sure into the grid, which is what counts for him.
He ends with a 45, putting him 13th on the grid.
That's great. 45.923. Average is 195.980. Average for the 4 laps, 195.302. Great run for Bruno.
And now we get another Brazilian.
Luciano Rocha.
Here he comes, driving the second Watson in the grid.
This is actually a year older Watson. This is a 77 as opposed to Jules's Watson, which is a 78. If
Nearly the same though.
If David were here, he could tell us the difference. I think there's a difference in terms of the wing construction or something. Ooh,
Yeah, it could be. David took good care of modeling all the peculiarities of all the cars. He did a great job at that.
Yeah. Here comes Luciano off the turn. Down the front straightaway into turn 1 to start his qualifying run. Yeah, that's an interesting thing about the Watsons. They have a very interesting. I mean, the rear wings, the end plates go down a lot further than the others do. It's almost like a Formula One type end plate that you would see on maybe a Lotus.
Yeah, that tends to stabilize the car a bit more when it gets sideways. Here he comes to the first time
Off
lap.
the turn. Let's see what his first lap gives us.
Very good. 46.933.
191.762 miles per hour for Luciano's opening lap. I mean, the car has a lot of similarities, at least outwardly, to the Lightning in construction.
Mm-hmm.
Crosses the line. 46.914, very consistent. 191.840. Average to this point 191.801. The front straightaway.
No improvement this time?
No. 974. 191.595. Average to this point 191.732 for Luciano Rosa.
Very consistent in any case.
Yeah, very consistent. It's funny too, because that is the story a lot of the time with these qualifying runs. You have people who are incredibly consistent over 4 laps, and then there are people who are all over the charts over the 4 laps.
Here he comes to take the checkered flag.
All right, let's have a look, see what he's got. .47.433, so dropped off quite a bit. 189.741. The average 191.230. That will slot him in 21st on the grid.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Detroit Demon.
Oh boy, Brian Janik.
Who took pole last year?
He did. He's the pole sitter for the previous for our previous 500 last year, the 1974 edition.
A real speed demon, and for the reference, obviously he's running a very weak Offenhauser equipped car, but the guy you have to compare him with is Mickey Grimes, because this is very close equipment between both, and we will see what Brian can make with this car.
Yeah, it's very close in terms of construction to Mikey Grimes' car. Yeah, I mean, visually it's almost identical, but this is a Finley Eagle.
Not leaving a single inch there.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that. That's hugging the wall.
He's really going for it. Yeah, Janik was the pole sitter for last year's race, and he's done a lot of one-offs so far, particularly in this car.
219 mph at the end of the straight before cutting it.
That's really good in this car, I'll tell you what.
Must be running very low wings.
Oh, I don't doubt it.
And using the balls to compensate in the turns.
Yep. Good old, like the James Hunt approach. What do you need, to drive fast? When he was asked that by Sterling Moss in an interview, and he said, big, you-know-what. And
first lap by Brian is the 45.5. Nice opening lap, sir.
That's
good.
Very fast for this car.
Yeah, that's like, that is surprisingly quick in this car. 197.767. Look at him attack the corners too, even in 2 there. Just really, you don't want to go too low in turn 2 with some of these cars, because it'll just put you in a real bad spot on exit.
220 on the backstretch.
Yeah, he's definitely got it trimmed out, even though the graphics might indicate otherwise. Woo! Woo! Nice. Coming off of turn 4, let's see what he's got for lap number 2. This is probably going to be faster.
It is.
And it is 45,460, 197,871. I'm going to have to keep an eye on this guy next Sunday. 197,871 is the speed average so far. Very fast. Oh, well, now we have an explanation as to why Luciano lost time on his last lap. Simulator crashed at the entrance to the straight on last lap, causing me to lose 5/10. So that was why, right there. That's too bad.
Keeps improving. That's very impressive.
45,378. That's 198.333. The average to this point is 198.024. That is incredible in this car.
Not just very consistent, but even improving lap after lap. That's amazing. Higher this time.
Yeah.
Lost a bit of time there, but seems determined to recover it now.
Oh, look at that. You couldn't fit a piece of paper between the car and the wall.
Certainly not.
Let's see.
45.404.
Fifth on the grid so far.
Fifth on the grid. That's great. 198.220 for his last lap. The average just a little over 198 miles an hour. 198.073. Fifth on the grid. Fantastic result.
And with this, we have finished with this bunch. Server should be open in a moment for the other people to join. We'll be staying here as I'm in that one.
Okay. So let's see who we have in our next group here coming up. I'll take a look at the order. Let's see. That was the group that, that was the previous group. Hang on. Yeah, that was the group that just finished. Next group, the next grouping will start with Lewis Stevens, which is the teammate to Brian Janik. Then we have Schurer, Anders Nilsson, David Yunt, and Mike Olson, and that'll bring us to the end of the first attempt qualifiers, and then everybody who either no-showed or crashed or waved off is going to have another shot at a. But the first one, when we come back on here, is going to be Lewis Stevens, and he's already on the server. Do you want to do the answer to the trivia question, the final one?
Go for it.
Okay. So the trivia question was Janet Guthrie themed, and the question is, which year did Janet Guthrie first enter the Indy 500? Was it A, 1976, B, 1977, or was it C, 1978? Time's up. What do you guys think?
I know it was before 78, but not how much. Maybe I happen to think it was 76, but I will be saying 77 just to be sure.
I was about to say 77, so I'll go with 76 for now.
You are correct. It was 1976, Juha. So
Of course, if I
Alberto.
pick 76, it could be.
she entered and DNQ'd in 76.
Well, you know how it goes. Unlucky in the game.
All right. So let's, while we're waiting for people to populate the server, we're actually, let's see, what time do we have here? We're coming to the top of the hour. So we actually could start earlier if we wanted to. We're just basically watching to see who comes on, right?
Exactly.
Who's left. So, all right. Well, I will take this opportunity then to run through the grid, and this time I will make sure I sort it when I am not logged in.
I think Luciano should be leaving the server because he didn't wave off, no?
No, Luciano should. Yeah, Luciano should take off because he's
He
He's
has
in the
set the
game.
time, so
yeah.
Okay.
All right, so here are the current standings. We have 26 cars qualified, so now we're getting into the bumping area. This is where things start to get really interesting. On the pole is yours truly with a speed of 199.963 miles per hour. In second, Adam Hackman in the Norton Spirit, 199.035 miles per hour. Those are the only two cars that qualified in the 199 bracket. Third is Juha Boss, 198.353. Fourth, Cesarius Slipinski with a speed of 198.089. Then the last car in the 198 bracket would be Brian Janik, who's fifth on the grid, 198.073. Then the next few cars here are all in the 197 bracket. Sixth is Mikey Grems. Seventh, David Jakes. Eighth, Ray Radal. Ninth, Alberto Aquino. 10th, Jakob Fredrickson. 11th, Simon Wattman. 12th, August Watring. 13th, David Saber. 14th, Bruno Chacon. I'm already way past the 177s. Or 197s. 15th is Francois Remen. 16th, Richard Coxon. 17th, Raul Ureb. 18th, Jason Fitch. 19th, Greg Delacella. 20th, Jules Bouchard. 21st, Steve Parker. 22nd, Luciano Rosa, matching his car number. 23rd is Jason Whited. 24th, Dave Miller. 25th, Mikael Drexler. And then 26th on the grid is Alan Forrester with the slowest speed, 173.705. So, unless anything changes dramatically, I think that Forrester is probably going to be the first one bumped out of the field. We'll see.
that's likely. While we wait for other drivers to join, I'll see if I can get a few more on the grid.
Who
I'll
are
be
we
back
missing?
in a minute. We are still missing.
Olson is here. Olson is not here.
David
Marazzi
Junt has
is not
just
here.
joined.
Yes.
Marazzi is just to.
Olson
we're-
and Marazzi.
And John Team.
And John Tim, yeah.
Yeah, because those guys are going to be having their second attempts. It's going to be Marazzi, Alberto Ibañez, and John Team doing their second attempts in this session, this particular session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what are your impressions of qualifying so far? We've had a few snafus along the way, but I'd say it's been a pretty smooth.
Yeah, it's going well, and I would say that most important thing, no big surprises. I mean, the Penskes are up there, Mickey Grems is up there, Brian Janik is up there, and yeah, I mean, you got people like Marazzi or John Tim. John Tim more of a surprise because he's usually regular, but who will need a second attempt, or me, maybe I'm also one of the surprises. But in any case, I would say that most everything has gone as we would have expected it.
Yeah. What do you think, Juha?
No, I think Juha is gone to the
Oh,
other
he's gone to
channel.
his. He's gone to
he's
another
gonna-
channel.
Yeah, to see if he can bring up Mike Olson, who is in the other channel.
Yeah.
Remind him to join.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this has turned out to be a very interesting qualifying, and it's going to be an interesting week because of course, after we finish this, then the race setup process begins.
Yeah,
And
that's the thing. All the work till now must be nearly scraped because you start from
Start
zero
over.
with a very different objective.
I mean, you can start with your quali set and work from that and change it, but you got to drive in traffic. You have to consider fuel consumption. You have to consider also what's going to make the car comfortable to drive for 500
Yeah.
miles.
In traffic.
In traffic, yes.
And we still wait for Mike Olson, who apparently is on the way.
Okay, let's.
And John Team.
All right, let's wait for those two.
And they still have 2 minutes left.
I'm showing 4:02 on the clock right now. So really, they, as far as I can tell, they have 3 minutes. But we'll see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get with my teammate this week and work on a race set. I'm really, I won't lie to you, Juha, I'm really concerned having you starting behind me. I know it's a narrow front straight, but knowing you, you're gonna just jet right by me into the lead. I can see it now. I'm riding the brake, waiting for the Corvette to go in the pits, and then I'm just gonna see this blue copycat McLaren come shooting by on the inside.
Well, leading in turn 1 doesn't mean anything here.
It doesn't,
so
no.
Probably
No,
the race
you know
where it
me.
means
I
less.
didn't.
So
We seem
it's
to
a long
lose.
race where we're going to see many engines explode, go up in flames. Yeah, temperatures and all that.
That's-
Whoops, wait a moment. I was
The
just
Uh-oh.
from the server.
The server has had another accident.
Oh no.
It appears.
Well, better now than in the middle of the run of someone.
Yeah, okay.
We are in the break, so
I'm restarting the weekend. So yeah, it kicked out a bunch of people. I don't know what that was. Dang.
I tell you, this evening here, when we started the qualifying, it was raining cats and dogs here. Lots of thunder and a big thunderstorm here with electric lightning and all that. And I was worried if it could maybe affect us. Fortunately, it was over and no incidents.
Well, this is something we're gonna have to watch very quickly or carefully because you know, on race day we'll have 33 people on the server.
Well, I'm keep getting join timed out.
Yeah, I do too, which is interesting.
Yeah, because I see 7 people on the server.
And now my lap's prediction in the garage has changed. That's interesting because I was running out of fuel before, and I've put more fuel for this run, but I don't know. Well, probably different conditions of the track. Oh, good. Fine, just what I needed. Anyway.
Well, so much for being on schedule.
There's 2 Danashurers in the server, so it seems that there is some lag today. Yeah. There's me also, a spectator in the server, and me in the track, so something funky running with the server today.
Well, I would think that we should do a full restart of the thing.
Probably.
To see if we can clear out any cobwebs.
See, we just lost David Yunt.
All right, well. Server's running, just waiting for people to populate it.
So we're waiting for the return of David Yunt, and if Michael and John team would like to appear. David says he keeps losing connection.
David Yunt.
Yes.
Interesting.
David just posted in the forum.
Mhm.
He keeps losing connection, he says.
Interesting. It's probably a local issue where he is. I thought with the lifting of COVID restrictions, we'd have less people watching Netflix and more people out and about. Apparently not.
There he is
Here is
again.
David Junt.
All right, good. So do we have everybody now?
Not yet, because there's
Mark
John
Olsen.
Tim missing. Filippo Marazzi is not here.
Was he
And
here before?
yes, he was here before.
Boy.
We can wait just a bit, and then if not, we take the session over, because then everybody can join later when the bumping starts.
Yes.
True.
And have the chance then. It's not as if we are closing everything now. So
That's true. All right.
So 1 minute. At 2:40 we go. Juha, that's okay?
That's okay for me.
Okay, that's the duplicated Dana shooter.
But that's also Martin Lassina.
Oh. Well, we wait then a bit more. I'm still duplicated here.
Well, looks like we'll have to move on, won't we? there's-
Martin Lassina has just joined.
Okay, so we just don't have Olsen right now, I believe.
Olson and Marazzi are still missing.
Well, that's who we got coming up right now. Lewis Stevens is the first one gonna be out, and then Dana, Anders Nilsson, David Yunt, and Mike Olsen, assuming Mike can get on here.
Well, Filippo hasn't been on the forum for 3 hours, so I don't know if he's actually checking.
Maybe in the broadcast.
Maybe. All right, well, you guys tell me when you want to advance it.
Well, I think there is Filippo.
All right,
Oh.
cool.
Hold on, I'll have a quick inquiry about Mike. Then we go. I'll be back in half a minute.
Okay.
Just like real qualifying, huh, Alberto? A lot of hurry up and wait.
Yeah, it reminds me of what the fighter pilot used to say that the war in the airplane was like 1 full hour of horrible boredom followed by 5 minutes of sheer terror.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, no news about Mike, so I propose we move on.
Okay, yeah, let's move, and if not, he can then join the queue and try to qualify
Yes.
then. Probably he's having issues. So, I'm going to get ready to call Luis to the track when the clock starts. 93, right? Yes.
Yes, car number 93.
And I will move on the timesheet Mike
Yep.
to the back.
Mm-hmm. And put Mike as a no-show on the sheet.
Indeed.
Those no-shows, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, do not count as actual attempts. So Mike still has all 3 attempts if he wants to use them. Lewis Stephens is a British driver, I believe.
Canadian.
Canadian.
All right.
No. Oh no! Wait a minute. No, he is British. Lewis Stephens.
Oh,
You're thinking of Chris Stephens.
Probably,
Chris
yes. Sorry.
Chris Stephens.
Yeah, Lewis is British, yes.
Lewis is British. Chris Stephens is English. He.
In any case, here he comes. He's already exiting to the track.
Okay. And this is the same car as is driven by Brian Janik. So we'll see what happens here.
Lewis Stephens, a very talented driver in road racing. He has showed some incredible speed when he did some races with us in Formula 191 last year.
Yeah, that's
Although
true.
he did not match that with consistency because he crashed, I think, in the race he got the pole.
Lewis Stephens,
He's also very young, unless I'm wrong.
he retired from Mosport with engine issues in Rally Reb's number 8 car. That's his one-off appearance in the series so far.
47 nearly dead, 0-1-3. Not the quickest lap to start with, but then again, he's quite foreign to oval racing.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I believe, his first start in an oval race with us.
Mm-hmm. $47,013, 191, 463 for his opening lap. Coming off of the 4th turn, we'll see what happens here.
Okay, 46.893.
191.926 miles per hour. His average to this point, 191.681. For those of you joining on YouTube right now, we have 26 cars qualified. So we're very quickly going to be getting into the bumping. And then the real drama starts. Third lap complete now for Lewis Stephens. $46,728. 192,604. That was his best lap yet.
Yeah, gaining confidence, clearly, as the stint progresses.
Average to this point is 191.987. Last lap complete for Lewis Stephens, 46.659, his best lap, 192.888. The average, 192.987. 212, and that slots him in 20th place. All right, next up, a
Dana Schurer.
name very familiar to people who run this in this series, Dana Schurer, and there she is on the track now. Wally Dallenbach finished 5th in the Indy 500 in 1978, despite running out of fuel.
Dana in turn won our series when we ran the 1973 one in another league.
Yeah.
Very dominating performance by her back then.
Yeah, she was driving the Al Laquasto McLaren in that series, I believe, and had some very, very good performances.
Yeah, she loves McLarens, that's for sure.
Crosses the line, and the engine that sounds like a sheet being ripped goes by. Dana Schurer starts her run. She is not living in New Jersey anymore. I think she lives on the West Coast now.
Yeah, in Oregon, I think.
Down the back straightaway, the Sugar Ripe Prune Special.
Very nice line.
Yeah, extremely good line. Right out next to the wall in the short chute, and then coming through turn 4. Really, really excellent line. Let's see. This will
be it. 45.912. Good start. Dana, in any case, always has admitted she's not a qualifier. She's very much like Alan Senior, a racer.
196.027 for her opening lap. That's a good opening lap.
Very clean line in any case.
Yeah, really smooth. And as we all know, fast is smooth. Smooth is fast.
Indeed. There you go.
Yep.
5.746.
196.738. She's averaging 196.382 to this point.
In all the track up to the wall, in the chutes.
Yeah, very nice line. Looks very clean. .45.758. 196.686. And the average 196.483 so far. Beautiful. Great run.
Very solid, very steady.
I think this is the team, too, that Tom Sneva ended up driving for after he got fired by Penske in '79.
There she comes.
All right. And it hits the line. 45.658. That slots her in 13th on the grid.
David Young just was kicked out of the game. Damn.
Oh, shoot.
No, he's not kicked out. He's got technical issues. So we will qualify at a later time.
Dang.
Okay, time now for our flying sweep.
Oh, boy. Normally drives a Ferrari, but today he's driving he's switched from a prancing horse to a dragon.
Donkey.
I forget, like, somebody made the comment before about the names of the cars in IndyCar racing, how it sounded like the fastest zoo on Earth.
Indeed.
Eagle, coyote, mongoose. And now we have a dragon in the mix.
There's not even a kingfish on the grid.
No, well, these were run in lieu of the kingfish. But this car, driven in real life by a guy that we think very, very highly of, the late, great Gary Bettenhausen. I gotta say, Anders doesn't look like he's struggling with the car near as much as Coxon was.
Yeah, we will see if he's going anywhere as quick, because I suspect that what's going on here is that Anders is playing it safer. But Coxon was all out. 46.3, that's indeed 0.2 of a second slower than Coxon's first lap, if I remember correctly.
194.300 for the first lap.
Still a very good time, and if he keeps it like that, it will put him in the show, that's for sure. Bit more of a movement now in this lap. Maybe he's pushing it a bit more. Or maybe it's how the car evolves over the stint. We will see in
Possibly.
a moment. Nearly dead on the same time.
Wow.
Amazing. Mr. Iceman here.
46.365. Average to this point, 194.206. So what was Coxon's qualifying average?
Juha will be able to consult it in the table.
Yeah.
Yes. 194.95.
Yeah, so this is still a 194 average run, but 194.146 to this point. So 0.8 of a mile an hour slower, about, or 7. So a very similar run in terms of speed for Anders, but I'd say a lot smoother.
Yes, certainly.
Coming to the line now. There's the finish of the run, 46.335. Very consistent run for Anders. The speed 194.169, so that slots him at 18th on the grid. So David Yunt has technical issues, won't be able to join us for this session. Olsen is not here, so that takes us to
Peter Lavak.
Peter Lavak is next. Yep. There he goes. In the Wendy's. Man, do I miss Wendy's. I used to enjoy eating at Wendy's a lot, but unfortunately, that was part of the reason that I was 200 plus pounds.
What kind of food did you get there?
It's hamburgers, French fries,
Okay.
American, fast food. But I decided not to eat there anymore, along with other diet changes. Now I'm down to 177.
Amazing
So-
change.
Well,
Okay.
I still miss Wendy's. Oh, we've got some news from the paddock. According to the Detroit Demon, Brian Janik, a little birdie has told him that we have a new entry parachuting into Gasoline Alley in car number 85. Interesting.
Yes, it was Brad Salmon I mentioned earlier.
Ah, Brad Salmon. Interesting. So we have a very late arrival here. Ooh! Klavic very loose off the corner. It's great to see Klavic back driving with us. He had health issues for a while that were preventing him from driving with us, but it's nice to have him back.
Yeah, he's a very talented driver, and his recovery is nothing short of amazing.
48.141, 186.950. That's not the slowest run we've seen so far, but I think it for sure would put him in danger of bumping, of being a bumpy. We'll see.
Yeah, let's see. There's still 3 laps to go, and it could increase way more.
48 dead in that lap. 187.492. Average to this point, 187.221.
Interesting, because it looked quicker to me than that 48. We will see what happens this lap.
Coming down.
Well, not a lot quicker. Not a lot quicker. That's interesting.
Yeah, 47.975. So pretty consistent run so far. 187.346. So I don't think Klavic is going to want to get too far away from his computer anytime soon, because he may have to come back on here.
Yep.
One of the better dramas that I think we had when we were doing this stuff in the other league was Dave Miller with the MVS car in '73 crashing in his opening attempt and having to wait until the very end of the session to try it again, and finally getting into the show. Lap 4 complete for Peter Klavic. Let's see what he's got. 48.014, so 187.445. 187.371 for the, and that slots him in 29th. So yeah, he's in a danger zone.
Now we get to see the other Wildcat from Sherman Armstrong driving Martin Lacina.
Oh wait, there it was. There we go, Martin Lacina. This is the same equipment, incidentally, that Jakob Fredriksson and David Yunt are riding.
No, David Jakes.
Or David Jakes, sorry. But it's a different team. This is Sherman Armstrong.
The car that showed very well. It was even leading at Texas at some point.
Mm-hmm.
In real life, I mean.
Yeah, Tom Bigelow actually had some good runs in this car here and there. Another guy that did well in sprint cars, but never could quite crack into championship cars in any big way, unfortunately. Barry Lynn can answer this for me on the YouTube chat, but I could be wrong, but I think didn't Bob once meet Tom Bigelow, or maybe he knew him via sprint car circles? I vaguely recall him mentioning something about that. Maybe I'm wrong.
Oof. Touching there the wall. but the lap time seems to be going to be good. Oops. Because the sectors were good. This should be a 45 something lap, maybe 45.8.
That's very good.
That's very
Opening
good.
lap for this car, Martin
I
Lucena.
remember at the start of the month of May that he was not happy at all in his first contact with the car. Now it seems that he has put a good amount of hours into practice and it's working well for him.
John Team has said in the YouTube chat that he will not be running again. Not comfortable in the car since the update, and he's not going to run for everyone's sake. So we can remove him from the list. Well, that's good of him to let us know because it leaves more time for bumping.
Up to the wall for Martin.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Let's see.
Slightly quicker, very consistent. 45.801.
Very consistent. 196.502. Average to this point 196.476. Lap 3 about to be completed. $45,931. 195,946. Average to this point 196.299. Looks pretty good using the whole track.
Whoa!
At first I thought he was running out of fuel by the sound of the motor, but apparently not. Crosses the line, take... Let's see what his last lap speed was. Does he know he's done? 45.757, that was his best lap. 196.691, average 196.397, and he's going to start 14th. I don't think he realizes that he is done.
Okay. So, Juha, I just called Filippo Marazzi to track. You call me. I'm going to leave you guys and do my run.
All right.
Don't expect anything stellar. I need to use more fuel with the same setup, so I don't know how the car is going to behave. I'm going to be conservative. See you later.
All right. Good luck, man. I get to use my second attempt graphic now. In the corner, right there in yellow, second attempt for Filippo Marazzi. He crashed on his first time out.
We currently got 31 drivers in the field. If Marazzi finishes his run, it will be 32. And after Alberto, we might have a full field. And with 3 more drivers to make an attempt. After this, I will call the current last 3 drivers back on the server as well.
Okay. Yeah, because the server opening will happen after the next 2 runs. Filippo, I'm sure, getting a lot of people cheering him on from Brazil. I'm sorry, no, Filippo's
Italy.
Italian. He's Italian. God, it's been a long session here. Oh boy. I was thinking of somebody else, I guess. Filippo crosses the line.
48,887.
Okay. That's 184.098 miles per hour for his opening lap. Filippo Marazzi's done a few one-offs for us in this series, I believe. Or maybe one. No, I think he might have, maybe one, but I'm not sure. In any case, first run in this car, for sure. What was the time there?
Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Or I was paying attention to something else. 48.141.
All right, that's an improvement for sure. 86.950. The average is 185.513 so far.
And meanwhile, I've posted on the forum the drivers eligible to enter the track for the last session we'll have tonight.
Yep, last session. We're coming up to the last opportunity to qualify for the 1978 500 here at ISO. Down the back straightaway goes Filippo Marazzi, and I'm sure he's going to be relieved to get this run in after the crash he had. I believe it was on his first lap. First time he took to the track. But very smooth run. Consistent. Crosses the line. 47.818. And that'll slot him in 31st. So, okay, this is, you know, he's in the field, but he's going to have to be very, very attentive to what's going on here and watch the sheet, because we'll have to pay very close attention. And here we go. Second attempt for Alberto Ibañez. First attempt was a wave off. I wonder what Alberto changed besides the fuel. Got a beautiful line. Yeah, I think something tells me he's faster this time out.
Looking like it.
He looks like it. Crosses the line. Will the numbers agree with us?
96.
196, 996.
And for the attentive viewers, this is the last run before we open the server again.
Yep.
196 miles again for this lap.
Wow. 45.771, 771, 196.631. Average to this point, 196.813. Oh, a little bit of an understeer there going into 3. Turn 4 looks better. Right on the black. Man, people really sliding the car out of those turns more than the groove would seem to indicate. 45.734, 196.790. Average to this point is 196.805. That's going to be very safely in the field. And with this car qualifying, that will mean we have 33 entered, right? Or
Yes, and 3 more drivers to follow.
All right. So the critical thing is going to be the speed to beat, which I will run through the whole grid once this run is complete, which it is now.
And Alberto makes it to 13th.
Oh boy, unlucky 13th. 196.814 is the time for Alberto, who is motoring on. Does he know? It's funny. I think he might have miscounted, but those were 4 laps, so he wants to do a 5th one for good measure. All right. So we're going to open the server now. So while we wait for cars to populate the server, yeah, Brad Salmon definitely is definitely joining us in the number 85 car. So this is going to get really interesting here. We got 3 cars that are going to try to bump into the field here. So I will now run through the 33-car grid as it is now. We have a full field for our Indianapolis 500, and here we go. Here, oh shoot, I believe we're missing a time on one.
For who?
For Bruno Chacon, he's missing a lap, I believe.
Oh, his first lap. Oh, that's annoying. Strange, I don't know where that one went to. Let's see. Bruno was in which 22.
Okay. All right.
Do we leave the server open until 5 before the hour?
Is that what we have on the thing?
Well, everybody had a schedule. We can move it 5 minutes forward.
Well, do we have everybody on that we need to?
Well, let's see. We have
We got
Mike
Olsen,
Olsen, so we wait
Juntz.
for Brad Solman.
Now we need Salmon to come on. Yeah.
Yes, Filippo Morazzi shouldn't have left because he is at risk of being bombed.
Yeah, he is. All right, so I'm going to read through the grid as it stands right now on the poll. Yours truly. Second is Adam Hackman. Third is Juha Boss. Fourth is Cesarius Lipinski. Fifth is Brian Janik. Sixth, Mikey Grems. Seventh, David Jakes. Eighth, Ray Radal. Ninth, Alberto Aquino. 10th, Jakob Fredrickson. 11th, Simon Watman. 12th, Alberto Ibañez. 13th, Dana Schurer. 14th, Martin Lucina. 15th, August Watring. 16th, David Saber. 17th, Bruno Chacon. 18th, Francois Remen. 19th, Richard Coxon. 20th, Anders Nilsson. 21st, Raul Ureb. 22nd, Jason Fitch. 23rd, Greg Delacella. 24th, Lewis Stevens. 25th, Jules Bouchard. 26th, Steve Parker. 27th, Luciano Rocha. 28th, Jason Whited. 29th, Dave Miller. 30th, Mikhail Drexler. 31st, Peter Hlavich. 32nd, Filippo Morazzi. And on the bubble in 33rd is Alan Forster.
Alan has just announced he's not going to do another run.
Okay, so
Mike Olsen, David Junt, Brad Solman. We still wait for Peter Lavac and Filippo Morazzi to rejoin.
So at what point do we want to advance here? It's
Okay, I just checked in the broadcast. Do you still need the first lap of Bruno Chacon?
yes, we do.
We already have it.
46.100.
It's already been added 5 minutes ago, but thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for that, though. Appreciate it. All right, so while we have a moment here, let's talk about what's coming up at ISO. Of course, next week, our Indianapolis 500, 800 turns, 200 laps, 500 miles, round 7 of the USAC Citicorp Cup National Championship. Should be an exciting time, Alberto, and a stressful time, but we'll see who comes out on top. 1,000 points at stake for the championship and the bragging rights of having won the biggest race of the year, right? I believe Alberto has skipped out of the door for a second, but in any case, then next week, or the week after that, we have our sports car race, round 3 of 6 in the 84 DRM series at everyone's favorite airport track, Diepholz. And then we go back F1 racing, the 72nd Grand Prix de France. 1986 F1 round 8 of 16. Sunday, May 30th. Green light at 2000 CEST, excuse me.
And we just wait for Peter Lavac to rejoin if he wishes.
Okay.
Send him a message and we'll see if he reappears.
According to Mikey Grems, Brad is joining now.
Oh, he's already joined a few minutes ago.
Ah,
I think we cross-communicated there.
gotcha.
Peter Lavac is sending me a message now, so I'll keep you informed right away.
So we have a full field now. The grid, repeat, is full for our Indianapolis 500. The bumping will begin now. Well, once we go, but. And we already know that Alan's not going to make another run, so I really wonder what his difficulty was.
Petro is building up the tension. I can see him answering, but I can't see the answer.
It's typing.
Yeah, I can see the three dots of someone typing, but I don't see an answer come up.
Well, we're advertised to wait until a certain point, so, you know, it wouldn't be fair to jump on or keep going, you know.
No, it wouldn't be.
Let's see what he says. So the speed to beat, for those of you who are curious, is 173.705 miles per hour.
And the guy on the bubble is Alan Forster.
Yeah, that's Alan Forster's time, so.
I can see the three dots appear again on my phone. He's joining.
All right.
Petro is joining.
Alan
so
said in the forum that he's going to withdraw.
Yes.
Yes. But Petro is rejoining, so we'll wait for him.
Okay.
Of course, he's not out of the grid yet, so I can't add him to the end of the timetable. But I've invited the last three drivers, which are Petro himself, Filippo and Alan, who will not be joining because they're at risk of being bumped off the grid. Everybody else is safe.
You know, it occurred to me, I'm going to use the time here to make a graphic for Brad.
Okay, we are good to go, so I will call Mike Olsen to the track, if that's okay.
Hang on one second.
Go ahead. You can assume the function for this last batch of drivers.
Yeah, it's probably a bit easier when keeping track on the time schedule.
All right, so should I advance it?
Already advanced it.
We already have advanced, yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're waiting for Mike to start moving. That's where he's not moving. Maybe he didn't see the
wheels are
message.
turning. Engine starts.
Okay.
And he moves.
I have been kicked from the server, so I have to join again.
So, Mike also exiting the pits now. Accelerating on the crossing across the acceleration lane, and now into turn 1, picking up speed. Goes through the chute into turn 2, and out of turn 2, he's already hammering it in the rear straight. Crossing already the 200 mph mark and going into turn 3. Smooth line there, preparing the car for the exit of turn 4. The all important and decisive exit of this turn. There you go. Nice exit without any wiggle at all. And he's on it.
He's on it.
208 mph at the end of the straight. Past turn 1, up to the wall and now down to the apron for the exit of turn 2. Very clean here. Not overly too fast when comparing the apex speed with other cars, but very steady. This time a bit better the top speed at the end of the straight. Going now into turn 3. Makes it through the chute. That car's looking very stable. I mean, remember everybody how Mike is driving? Very good car control. Uses his arm with the mouse. But this car is rock steady.
And that's a good opening lap for Mike.
It is.
Yeah.
46.874, 192.004. That is definitely fast enough to get into the field. The speed to beat 173.705.
Yeah, this is going to give a headache to more than one that is on the bubble.
Yes.
Let's see if he keeps it.
Well, I think we know Alan Force is likely to be on the grid with his lap time, so I think the main worry is Filippo Marazzi, who's currently 32nd.
Very much improved on the first sector, but this last one was not so good. Let's see what happens now. Yeah, a bit slower. Unfortunately, he was progressing very well on the first sector, but that wiggle, oh. And this one's going to hurt too.
Sorry, a little bit of a snafu there with the graphics. There we go, Mike Olson. I wanted to create a graphic for Brad, who is upcoming. I did not have one, and that threw me for a bit of a loop here with the broadcast software.
So far, this lap looks better than the first one. Bit of a wiggle there, so he's really on it. Yes. By a small margin, by a 46.864.
Oh, he's stopping a lap early.
No! Mike, keep going!
I think he got it.
Well, this will be interesting because now we got to see what's going to happen. Is that going to make him safe, or Alan safe? I doubt it, but we'll see. My goodness, high drum. No! Come on.
It's probably a wave off.
Oh, he's waving it off.
Yeah.
All right, so unbelievably, and that we weren't expecting that, but Alan's safe for the moment.
Maybe he was using the setup that I posted in the forum. Yeah, he says web off. Maybe he was using the setup which is a bit short on fuel because of the track characteristics, which is funny because I did an attempt offline and I barely made it to the end, but I could make it. But now in real conditions in the track, I was running short of fuel, so that's the reason I had to wave off. Maybe that was also the case for Mike.
All right, here comes David Yunt for Smock Racing, which is a curious
Smock
name.
Materials.
Smock Materials, thank you. This is a McLaren, believe it or not. Doesn't look like one, but it's
very much modified.
Very much modified M16 McLaren. David picked up this car at the very last minute. Not quite as last minute as Brad Salmon, but we'll see what happens here. We have until 35 after the hour for bumpage. I would think that David Yunt will be able to put this car into the field quite handily.
That's it.
Bumpity, 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 bump.
Nice line coming out of turn 4. Should give him some nice top speed. And he's on it.
Yes, he is. David Yunt.
Nice land there, using all the track. Very good. Nice exit from here too. But we're not discovering David John today, are we?
No, we are not.
One of the most consistent drivers, and if he makes it into the 500, you can count with him doing well because endurance is his specialty.
I'm kind of disappointed that Jonathan's not here, trying to get a car in the grid.
Well, the show guy was already taken.
True. He likes to go
46.9.
191.852. That's more than good enough to get in the show.
Could be. Again, nice line, very consistent, using up to the last inch, up to the wall. 46.8. Nice improvement. Very much in David Jones fashion. Puts their wheel smoothly in the apron.
Yep. 191.995 is the average to this point.
Again, very good exit out of turn 4, which is very important. You see, even quicker, 46.677.
Yep.
Gaining confidence over the stint.
192.814, average to this point, 192.267 is on his final lap.
A guy that knows how to push a car step by step.
Yep. And also a very slow burn in races. He usually starts slow, and next thing you know, he's up at the front, close to the front.
Yep.
Turn 4. Riding the line there. Very textbook run here from David Yunt.
Yeah, absolutely flawless.
And he crosses the line
24th.
24th. And that means we have our first car bumped from the field. Alan Forrester has been bumped from the 500. He is now 34th. He will be listed as an alternate, provided he stays within the first three that are bumped out. So next is Brad Salmon in a Wildcat. This is another friend of
David Jakes.
Yep. And
Very good driver, Brad Salmon. I've had the pleasure to race against him in the DRM series. We had a very fun race in the first race when I was driving the M1 and he was driving the Porsche. Really, really nice to be trading positions with him. Whoops.
Uh-oh.
What's
we
that?
went back to the garage. Interesting.
Maybe he forgot to load his
Yeah,
setup.
maybe he found he had something wrong in the setup.
Nothing wrong with that.
Exiting Gasoline Alley now. This is a Wildcat Mark I, powered by an Offenhauser, so yet another Wildcat.
Those are decent cars.
Yeah, so it's nice to see Brad join on the limit. Gives us extra bumpage, more excitement for us.
Yeah. Brad had an excellent outing in the B class of DRM in the first round. I think it was.
Yeah, we fighted it out till the end.
At the Norris ring.
Yeah.
Yeah, he finished second in the B class in Group B. So yeah, he's a quality driver, no question.
Okay, picking up all the speed now. And he's on it.
Yep. Brad Salmon. I don't remember where Brad is from. I think
He's American as far as I
he's
know.
American. I can't remember exactly. Maybe it was upstate New York. I can't remember. Interesting livery on this car. Kind of a sunburst graphic on the front with the 85.
Whoops, very high line there.
And it's another Walther entry.
Oh yes, this is a Dayton Walther entry. I forgot. Kind of curious that they would have 2 McLarens and then 1 Wildcat. But in any case, crosses the line. Let's see what is.
46.973.
That
Very
is
good one, considering
plenty.
that he probably did not have a lot of practice.
Yeah, he only started during qualifying, so if he... Well, this looks good enough to make the grid if he keeps this up.
His car is sponsored by Anheuser-Busch Natural Light Beer.
Okay.
Maybe he'll be cracking open one of those if he can bump his way into the 500.
And Brad is originally from Syracuse and now lives in Florida.
Okay, so he's from upstate New York and now he's in Florida. Cool.
Yes.
Whoops. Learning the limits of the track there. .766, which is an improvement over the previous lap. Looking good so far.
Ooh. Keep it in there, Brad. You're doing good.
He's improving in these last 2 sectors.
It didn't take long for people on the YouTube chat to start critiquing that light beer. They're saying it's not a good beer. But this
Okay.
run appears to be good.
46.737.
192.566 miles per hour. 192.203. The speed to beat. Sorry, should have said that from the outset. The speed to beat is 186.492. So he is well past that point. No need to worry at all.
And it looks like he'll bump Filippo Marazzi off the grid.
Yes, he is. He will bump Filippo off the grid. Crosses the line. And his last lap was a 193.346 mile per hour lap. He is now 23rd on the grid. Filippo Marazzi has been bumped.
Okay. Next attempt now for Mike Olson. See if he can complete it.
Second attempt from Mike Olson. Is Filippo Marazzi on the server?
Yes, he is.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. So is he going to make another attempt?
I have mentioned he can take his attempt after Mike.
And I believe that this will be his final attempt, Filippo's, because Filippo has,
Correct.
yeah, Filippo's had, he crashed on attempt number 1, and then he got into the field on attempt 2,
And bumped out.
and then got bumped out. So the suspense, my, the plot thickens. Well, we haven't had bumping for a number of years here, so we're definitely getting our fill today. And for those people who are bumped out of the field, remember that they are named we named 3 alternates for race day. So just in case, if somebody has an issue and can't make the race, that's your chance to get in at the end.
Yeah,
Yes.
it usually is the case because
Usually
meeting
there's
33
one.
people, sometimes, if not one or the other reason in real life, well,
No, that actually did happen in some instances. There were people who failed to make the start, and so they took the 34th person and put him into the grid. That did actually happen once, I think, in the modern era.
And if Mike makes the grid now, he will bump Peter Lavac off it. So Filippo can have his last run, and Peter can have, unless I'm mistaken, 2 more runs.
Mm-hmm.
this
So
is one of the most tense situations when you're waiting there to see if someone bumps you.
Yeah, Lucina's speed is 187.371. So that's the speed to beat as Mike Olson crosses the line. And it's definitely fast enough. 191.521. Definitely quick enough to get into the field.
Yeah, but he needs to keep it together.
Yeah, it's a
Let's
bit
see what
slower than
happens.
his first attempt.
Off the 4th turn.
Okay, nearly identical, very steady, 46.935.
191.754. Average to this point, 191.638. That's plenty good so far to get into the field.
And it's looking very good in this run, very solid.
Mm-hmm.
Hitting the marks very well.
And for those of you who are watching the clock, we have 21 minutes to go. 21 minutes to go until the gun sounds and ends qualifying for this year.
Third lap, 4. Nice, 46.7. An improvement at that.
Yep, 191.638 is the average. I'm sorry, 191. Actually, that lap was 188.663. His average to this point is 190.637. 636. Still good enough to get into the race.
Yeah, 2 turns to go at this rate. Don't let it go wrong, Mike. 2 more turns. Good
Last
here,
turn.
1 more turn.
One more turn. Look at him right down to the apron. Coming out of the turn, here comes Mike Olson. Heading for the line. And Mike Olson has bumped his way into the 500 field.
Not a good last lap, but for now it should suffice.
He's 32nd on the grid now. 47.5393 was the last lap. The average over the 4 laps, 190.250. So the person on the bubble now is
Filippo, who is now on track.
Michael Drexler is now on the.
Okay.
That's strange.
Does he even know?
Hang on a second.
No, that's. Be surprised that there's Drexler.
No,
was on the
Filippo.
ball.
Yeah, Filippo's 35th.
Yeah, but the one with the risk of losing the last position is Drexler right now.
Yes. Yeah, Drexler's the one who's at risk
I
of
think I need to delete the times which are not withheld. Oh, hang on. Who's driving now? Marazzi. So his last attempt goes out the window. Michael did say he wouldn't run again, so.
Mm-hmm. All right, it's now or never for Filippo. The speed he has to beat to get into the field. Michael Drexler's speed is 189.257 miles per hour. 189.257. That is the speed that Filippo needs to beat to get into the field. Oh, he's crashed! He's crashed! Filippo's crashed. That's it. He's out of the 500. That's it. Filippo has crashed out in his final attempt. So that means basically he's going to have to stand on the speed he had as an alternate. That means he'll be, or does that mean does that mean that the previous attempt still stands? That's an interesting conundrum.
Well, that's a very good question.
Yeah. Interesting.
I was hoping you'd know it.
Well, let's ask our admin here, Alberto. So Filippo crashed on that attempt. That was his third and final attempt. He was bumped from the field before. Does that mean he can still be an alternate?
What a coincidence. I was about to ask you exactly that.
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll give the answer later, I think.
We'll find out. I see you putting Petr Hlavic in the table. Does that mean that he's going to do another attempt?
He's already on it.
Oh,
He's
no.
on it, yeah, he's on track now.
Dang.
Well, the only thing that annoys me is why I said Michael Drexler was safe when he isn't.
Well, once again, I'll read this one more time.
Although he said he wouldn't run again, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, the speed to beat that the Sugai Fox in Michael Drexler's hands put down is 189.257. That's the speed of the Sugai Fox driven by Michael Drexler. So we'll see if Petr Hlavic can do better. This is the second attempt for Petr Hlavic, I believe.
Correct.
So even if he doesn't get in this case, he could still do another. He still has another shot.
Yeah, he can still do the last run. .48.144.
All right. 186.939. That's not fast enough. That is not fast enough to get in the field. He's really going to have to dig deep now. .189.2 is what he needs to get above 257. Here he comes. Across the line. Here's another case of does he know he has a boost knob? Yeah, he should know that. That's faster. 17, but not fast enough still. 187.527. He's 2 miles an hour too slow to make the field at this point. So he's going to have to find more speed somewhere. And the clock is ticking. 21 minutes. There's 21 minutes after there, so we have 14 minutes left in qualifying. Bless you.
Thank you. Sorry.
That's all right. Lap 3 is complete. 47.983. So, I mean, a consistent run, but not fast enough. 187.343. So, yeah, still not quick enough to make the field. And I'm pretty sure that he could do a 200 mile per hour lap here, or, well, he could do a blistering lap here, and it still wouldn't be enough to get in, unfortunately.
Yeah, the only good thing is his next attempt will be immediately after this, so he'll be warmed up.
Yeah, but what's good if he doesn't change something?
Yeah, he's got to change something. You can't just go out and do another 187 run.
Yeah, needs
I
to
don't
find
know.
some speed.
Maybe you can find the issue with his setup. I don't know.
And there's the end of that run. Not good enough to get into the show. 47.891, 187.489, 34th fastest. So yeah, it's still not good enough to make the show. All right, so
how does the rear end of the grid look like?
it's still the Sugai Fox is still 33rd and last on the grid with a speed of 189.257. So he's going to have to find a lot of speed if he wants to. Is anybody else on the server looking for a try?
No, Petr can only, well, if Petr goes quicker, he'll bump Michael Drexler, who isn't on the server. So this last one by Petr will be the last one we see tonight. Coincidentally, matches the number of attempts you had foreseen for tonight.
All right, so you're looking at the last run of the evening, it appears. Unless somebody else magically appears, this is going to be it. Last attempt for Peter Hlavich to get into the field. And once again, the speed that he has to beat. That'd be amazing if the Sugai Fox started last. The speed to beat is 189.257. I wonder if he changed anything.
Oh, for his sake, he has.
He has to, yeah. He's on his run, and this is going to be the final run. We're going to end here about roughly 10 minutes ahead of when the gun goes off, but
5, more like.
5?
5 or 6.
Okay.
Once the run is complete, I will sort the sheet to the correct grid order.
Cool. Oh no! He's glanced the wall.
That's it.
Well, that's it. Is it going to keep going? Nope. No, he is not. So
no sense in that.
Well, that looks like it's it. That's the end of qualifying for this year. That's too bad. You hate to see it end that way, as he pulls into the into the pits. He's going straight into the garage.
Yeah,
well,
no interviews.
No interviews for Peter Hlavich. He's not interested. So, well, that was a very very eventful qualifying time trials session. A lot of high drama, a lot of craziness, especially towards the end. But in the end, we have I think a very interesting field, and I think it's I think Alberto's the one who said it. Nothing too surprising at the front. Lots of people who qualified up there were the people we would expect to. So, well, I'm gonna wait for Juha to arrange the.
Already done. We have a 33-car grid.
Mm-hmm. Well, we also need a 34th, 35th, and 36th.
Yes, I'm not up to that point yet.
I see. All right. Well, I will.
We'll have to determine who gets 34, 35, and
Well,
36.
I can definitely tell you who. I can definitely tell you who's. Let's see. I'm going to go to another account here. There we go. Yep. All right. So here is the grid for the Indy 500 next Sunday, the 33 that will start, or that are supposed to start. On the pole, Jason White with a speed of 199.963 miles per hour. In second, his teammate Adam Hackman, 199.035. Third, Juha Boss, 198.353. So 3 Penske's in the first 3 positions. And then it's Cezarius Lipinski in fourth with a speed of 198.089 miles per hour in the Coyote Foyt. Fifth is Brian Janik. Sixth is Mikey Grems. Seventh, David Jakes. Eighth, Ray Radal. Ninth, Alberto Aquino. 10th, Jakob Fredriksson. 11th, Simon Watman. 12th, Alberto Ibañez. Not a bad starting position, Alberto. 13th, Dana Schurer. 14th, Martin Lucina. 15th, August Watring. 16th, David Saber. 17th, Bruno Chacon. 18th, Francois Remen. 19th, Richard Coxon. 20th, Anders Nilsson. 21st, Ray Radal. 22nd, Jason Fitch. 23rd, Brad Salmon making a late entry. 24th, Greg Delacella. 25th, David Yunt. 26th, Lewis Stevens. 27th, Jules Bouchard. 28th, Steve Parker. 29th, Luciano Rocha. 30th, Jason Whited. 31st, Dave Miller. 32nd, Mike Olson. And 33rd on the grid, Mikael Drexler in the Sugai Fox. That is your starting order for next Sunday's Indianapolis 500 here at ISO.
And the alternates?
The alternates.
The first one is Alan Forster, and the other depends on how you interpret the rules, if your time is voided, but if you go for a third attempt. So we'll have to check the rule book about that one.
Okay. Well, we'll discuss that and decide what we're going to do. I would think that since we didn't have a rule about blanking out, stuff like that we just go with the fastest time that they set. What do you guys think?
I can do that.
Yeah.
Yes, it should be the case, because erasing the time, I think, is something that happens when your attempt happens on different days.
Yes. Yes, that's true.
And that's a reason, because otherwise it would not be a fair competition, because the track condition might be different for everybody.
Okay,
So if it's
in
everything in the same session, I think the quickest time in the same session should stand.
In that case, the first alternate is Filippo Marazzi, the second Peter Lavac, and the third Alan Forster.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right. Well, that's great. We have a 33-car grid and 3 alternates, and it's been a very long evening, so I won't keep the 2 of you any longer. But I'd like to, first of all, say a very, very big thank you to Juha Boss for doing all the timing and scoring and attentively doing. I mean, that's a huge job, and you did it absolutely with precision, and I appreciate that very much. Thank you also for making the fact sheet ahead of the race. It was helpful along the way to tell people how they did last year and what they've done so far in the series. So thank you very much for that. Great job. And thanks to you, Alberto, for providing color commentary as well. Always fun to have you in the booth, and hopefully we will race good and clean tomorrow, the 3 of us. Or I'm sorry, Sunday. And next time...
Looking forward to it, eh?
Yeah, and next Sunday, it's going to be Johnny Aces on here for the 62nd Indianapolis 500-mile race, paced by a Corvette, and then 200 laps of competition here at ISO, our crown jewel of the year. We look forward to seeing you on here, and until that point, this is Jason White saying so long from Indianapolis. We'll see you in 1 week's time. Take care.